I
Let's go. Like that. Hey, we go. Right back. I'm feeling quick and stuck, and I might just wanna forget this shit and bring it back and start it. A brand new day, hey, let's celebrate. Hey, all the words we never say. I'm vibing 10 times better than I did that day. Fuck that whole shit, never ever gonna feel that way. I'm in the mood to misbehave. Hey, one shot to the girls and gays. They pushing buttons and I'm about to hit the reset.
Eddie.
No stress. Drinking the cup, let's live it up and never regret. Now watch this. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, back, back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, back. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Drinking the cup, let's live it up and never regret. Now watch this. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, back. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Right back, hey.
Hard.
If I give it right back, would you hit it real fast in a mission? Zoom too fast, where you at? Bet you don't wanna miss this. Ball went out, I court my town. I just kicked that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's hey, I'ma give it right back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Let's keep going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back. Right back,
My camera's there. Hold on, I got you.
I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Right back, hey, right back, hey. Look it up, hey. Look it up, hey. Right back, hey. Let's keep going. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Look it up, hey. Look it up, hey. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Let's keep going. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Look it up, hey. Look it up, hey. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Why you hit me like that? I just kicked that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's that sound? That's me going. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Look it up, hey. Look it up, hey. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Look it up, hey.
You're welcome.
Hit me like that. I'ma give it right back. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Look it up, hey. If I give it right back, would you hit it real fast?
Okay, one more time.
Zoom too fast, where you at? Bet you don't wanna miss this. Ball went out, I caught my down. I just kicked that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's that sound? That's me going. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Why you hit me like that? I'ma give it right back. I'ma give it right back, back. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Look it up, hey. Look it up, hey. Right back, hey. Right back, hey.
It's a hard dance. It's a hard dance to do, guys. but it was fun. I'm done. That's enough dancing. I'm gonna do one more in the mirror.
Hey, what's that sound? That's me going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, right back, right back, right back. Hey, right back, right back, right back. Hey, fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up. Hey, if I give it right back, would you hit it real fast in a mission? Hey, zoom too fast, where you at? Bet you don't wanna miss this. I went out, I caught my town. I just kicked that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's that sound? That's me going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey, right back, right back, right back, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. I'ma give it right back, hey. I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back, hey. I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. If I give it right back, would you hit it real fast in a mission? Hey, zoom too fast, where you at? Bet you don't wanna miss this. I went out, I caught my town. I just kicked that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's that sound? That's me going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back,
Forgetting it
hey.
already.
Fuck it up, fuck it up, fuck it up, hey.
Not me forgetting it already.
Back, back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right Let's keep going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey, right back, right back, right back, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey.
Okay, one more, guys. One more.
Let's keep going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey. Let's keep going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right. Let's keep going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up. Right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey. If I give it right back, would you hit it real fast in a mission? Zoom too fast, where you at? Bet you don't wanna miss this. Ball went out, I court my town. I just kicked that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's that sound? That's me going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Look it up, look it up, look it up, hey.
about, baby. May you go crazy. Man, show you love, what could he turn it on my bed, my babe? Just tell me, let me come to me, don't get him crying. To me, alright, it just you say it, girl. Just come my way, come my way. Come see me at the hotel lobby. Girl, don't tell nobody. Ooh, it's an after party. Just only us two short. Come see me at the hotel lobby. Girl, don't tell nobody. Ooh, it's an after party. Just only us two short. Turn about, baby. May you go crazy. Turn about, baby. May you go crazy. Don't go roll at the right. May watch you crack out to me. But don't be hungry tongue side, baby. Cause I just wanna.
All of that it's time. Push like Nike. Spitting fire so hot when I single flavor. Something that you savor. Ain't it bittersweet to get a taste of me? Umami, umami, tongue tied like I'm origami. Umami, umami, hits you fast like a Ferrari. Umami, umami, my water like a tsunami. Umami, umami, umami. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you please. Coming at you and taste of me. Umami, umami, tongue tied like I'm origami. Umami, umami, hits you fast like a Ferrari. Umami, umami, my water like a tsunami. Umami, umami, umami.
Very difficult dance.
On anything, on anyone but you. 한쪽 you. 비슷하게 숨겨놓은 한쪽의 phrasing, the phrasing. 둘 사이 거리를 좁혔던 넓혀. So randomly falling, my pleasure, it's you. 내 시선, 내 중심, 세상을 뒤로 미는 중. 어디로 가니 널 잊지 않을래. I got tunnel vision, yeah. I cannot focus on anything but you, baby. I cannot focus on anything but you. 초점이 흐릿한 반투명한 my view, baby. I cannot focus on anything, on anyone but you. View. I cannot focus. You're all I needed.
You guys see the floor work. Ready?
Umami, sweet to get a taste of me. Umami, tongue tied like I'm origami. Umami, hits you fast like a Ferrari. Umami, my water like a tsunami. Umami. Tell me what you want. Tell me what you please. Coming at you and taste of me. Umami, tongue tied like I'm origami. Umami, hits you fast like a Ferrari. Umami, my water like a tsunami. Umami.
Okay. I'm tired.
When I miss this, I went out, I court my down. I just kicked that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's that sound? That's me going. What hit me like that, hey, I'ma give it right back, hey, I'ma give it right back, back. Why you hit me like that, hey, I'ma give it right back, hey, I'ma give it right back, back. So make it right with me, you wanna make it right. In the meanwhile, I'll be here sitting, waiting till you're at my feet, working overtime, doing damage that you done from the inside. No, why, oh, why, oh, lately I've been so obsessed, and I just can't exist like this.
I'm back.
I'm not usual.
Girl, you see me stay away. You say that you don't wanna talk, but it's true. I've been thinking about you all day long, hoping you pick up your phone. I know that I don't wanna lose your love, oh baby, oh baby, oh baby. Oh girl, I got a secret place that we can go, secret place that we can go. 'Cause I really wanna be alone, baby, nobody else gotta know. Just meet me later on the line. Would you meet me on the Don't tell me you're my heartbreaker, baby, don't tell me you're my heart's breaking. Don't tell me. I was a ghost, I was alone. 두어진 길 속에 given the throne, I didn't know how to believe I was the queen that I'm meant to be.
I lived two lives, tried to play both sides, but I couldn't find my own place. Caught a problem child, 'cause I got too wild, but now that's how I'm getting paid.
끝없이 on stage.
I'm done hiding, now I'm shining like I'm born to be. We dreaming hard, we came so far, now I believe tongue tied like I'm origami. Umami, umami, hits you fast like a Ferrari. Umami, umami, my fire like a tsunami. Umami, 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 all up in your face, get sweet to get a taste of me. Umami, umami, tongue tied like I'm origami. Umami, umami, hits you fast like a Ferrari. Umami, umami, my fire like a tsunami. Umami, umami, umami. Umami, umami, tongue tied like I'm origami. Umami, umami, hits rolling off your tongue. It's like a symphony, only just begun. So better take a seat. Tables ready, set. Ain't seen nothing yet. I go where you
Thank you,
want,
Calambretta.
wanted some. Simmer, I'm bringing dinner and I'm delivering like no other. About to cook, come on, take a look at my leave. You shook me, just stop it. This you won't forget. Aren't you hungry yet? Rolling off your tongue, only just begun. I can be every single flavor, something that you savor. Ain't it bittersweet to get a taste of me? Umami, umami, tongue tied like I'm origami. Umami, umami, hits you fast like a Ferrari. Umami, umami, my fire like a tsunami. Umami, 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 all up in your face, getting spicy. If you gon' talk, do it nicely. Oh, you think that I'ma lose? Unlikely. I make a hater go swoosh like Nike. Spitting fire so hot when I flow, make 'em go crazy, so out of control. So we in our element, we in the zone. It's fire alive, you already know. I can be every single flavor, something that you savor. Ain't it bittersweet to get a taste of me? It's me. I'm the one, I'm your idol. 꾸준한 내 좋아요. 너는 마치 loyal fan. 훔쳐봐 with fan. 나는 원해 솔직한. 날 가두지만 보석함. 너보다 비싼 대체 불가능한데.
Ah, so cool. Hey, hold on, let me.
It's me.
Why is it laggy? Oh my god, it's so laggy. Hold on.
It's me. It's me. Being me. It's me. Hey, just say I'm your fave. I kill my hilarious, so mine. 수수한 걸 let your be.
1 second pause. I'm not enjoying it because I need to turn on my graphics. Hold on. I know I want to learn this dance, but it looks so hard. I mean, I could. It just looks really difficult.
이미스. It's me.
아 이게 약간 귀여우면
It's
안
me.
돼. 지금 되게 귀여워.
귀여워요?
어.
저도 안 귀여운데요.
아니야. 지금 약간 귀여워. 마이크를 씹어 먹을 듯이 하라고
오케이
했거든.
오케이 한번 해볼게요.
어.
It's me. 자 바이오스 다시 가볼까요? Who's bias? Who's bias? I'm your bias. 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 아 이건 It's me. 수고하셨습니다. 안녕하세요 여러분. 첫 녹음이라 약간 좀 잘 될 수 있을까 했는데 아마 노래가 신나다 보니까 저도 피디님도 신나게 재밌게 잘 녹음했던 것 같습니다. 우리 길리들도 신나게 잘 들어줬으면 좋겠어요. 되게 독특하고 또 중독성 있는 곡인데 이것도 이게 가장 어떻게 완성될지 기대가 되는 것 같습니다. 안녕.
그렇지. 호호의 그 기분이 담기게. 괜찮은데? 이걸로 가고
It's me. It's me. It's me. It's me.
자신감
It's
넘치는 게 좀
me.
막 잡고 막 손도 올리면서 막 고개까지 가주면서 그냥
It's me.
그치. 괜찮을 것 같아. 거기
잠깐요.
잡고 해봐 그냥.
카메라 찍히고 있으니까 뭔가 부끄러워.
아니야.
It's me. 네. It's me. It's me.
이 느낌.
It's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. It's me. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 첫 녹음을 하러 왔는데요. 오늘은 후후란 스미를 많이 했는데 정말 신나는 노래다 보니까 약간 그 짧은 가사에도 좀 약간의 그 감성이라고 해야 되나? 그 신남과 좀 멋있음과
Your bias
그런
is Minju?
것들이 좀 담기기
I think my bias is Wonhee.
해봤습니다. 그 It's Me 할 때 마이크를 갖고
Yeah, I think Wonhee will always be my bias.
이렇게 녹음을 했거든요. 아 진짜 너무 부끄러워. 아니 카메라가 있으니까 더 부끄러워가지고 약간 살짝 그랬는데 되게 기대가 됩니다. 여러분 저희 타이틀곡 너무 새로워서 놀랄 수도 있는데 많이 좋아해 주셨으면 좋겠습니다. 화이팅!
It's me. It's me. It's me.
그 카메라가 찍고 있으니까 그걸 활용해야 돼. 더 뮤직비디오처럼 더 표정을 확 해준다고 생각해주고 해줘야 돼.
네.
오케이?
It's me. It's me.
괜찮은데? 로아도 괜찮지?
네. Me. 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 Me.
로아 여기서
네.
뭔가 마이크를 했다 듣고 내가 공포 영화 지금 영화 배우가 됐다고 생각하고 뭐 그런
네.
느낌이 좀 느껴져야 돼.
네. Me.
그렇지.
Me.
네.
Me. Me. Me.
안녕하세요. 로아입니다. 오늘 타이틀곡 녹음을 처음으로 해봤습니다. 이런 스타일의 노래를 처음 해봐서 조금 어렵기도 했지만 이제 신난 노래니까 다음 녹음할 때도 신나게 집중해서 완전 몰입해서 열심히 하도록 하겠습니다. 뭔가 이 노래 되게 신나지만 생각보다 약간 It's Me 부분이라던가 가끔씩 좀 차분하고 좀 멋있는 파트도 있어서 조절하면서 불러봤습니다. 노래 많이 기대해주세요. 화이팅! 바이바이. 옆에 있어야 돼요. 글리. 네. 어디 가지 마요. 글리 사람들이 어디 가지 마요. 글리. 그래. 글리첸으로 하잖아요.
맞아.
그쵸? 로 하잖아요. 굿.
지 발음만 좀 지로 좀 해주면 좋을 것 같아.
네. 제가 그렇게 힘을 쓸 수 있는데 힘을 쓰면 중간에 무조건 이렇게 끊기거든요. 한번 다시 해볼게요.
어,
Wow.
It's me.
It's me.
긴 한데.
약간 100%는 아닌 것 같은 느낌?
아, 전 좀 높았으면 좋겠는데 높.
오, 좋은데 가장 좋다.
It's me. It's me. It's me.
아일리시 그동안
I like this
했던
song.
음악과는 조금
Hi
다른
guys.
것
I'm
같아요.
back from my dance class.
팬들이 좀 놀랄 수도 있을 것 같기도 한데 딱 전주 부분
That's cool.
열심히 들어주셨으면 좋겠고요. 열심히 녹음해.
I should do.
파이팅.
Nah, it's Jenny. Oh, okay. Dang.
오케이, 한번 들어볼게.
감사합니다. 네, 고생하셨습니다. 네, 방금 저희 타이틀곡 처음으로 녹음을 해봤는데요. 코러스 부분만 녹음을 했는데도 갈 길이 좀 멀다는 생각이 들었어요. 신경 써서 녹음했던 거는 뭔가 그런 해피한 느낌이지만 멋있게
Due to
좀
modding
부르고
for waist seat, you're
싶었는데
good. Don't worry.
그걸 신경 쓰면서 불렀는데 연습을 좀 많이 해야 될 것 같아요. 녹음도 많이 해보고. 근데 노래가 워낙 좋기 때문에 멋있는 노래 한번
We had other mods. It's all good.
만들어 보겠습니다.
Plus, Chow was actually really kind today, so it was a good stream today. I feel like.
한번 톤을 따뜻하고 그런 동글동글한 톤이 그게 조금 뾰족한 톤이 나왔으면 좋겠거든.
모르겠어요.
오케이.
수고하셨습니다.
참 약간 영어처럼 들리는 느낌으로 좀
네.
약간 느끼하게.
느끼하게.
약간 느끼하게 해볼게. 좀 치명적으로. 맞아. 된 것 같은데? 고생했어요.
감사합니다.
You and Wasey are amazing. I'm glad that I mod for both of you. Thank you, Joa. W, yeah. W Wasey mod.
네, 약간 그런 느낌으로 최대한 해볼게요.
Your idol 이렇게 하면 네.
Oh, guys, you know what this is making me realize? I really want to go to like Korea and I want to live there for like a little bit and learn the language. So bad. But at the same time, I'm like scared because I have a good life here in California, you know? I don't know, I feel like if I just get my shit together, I could definitely live there.
이거 느낌 좋다.
You know what I mean? But it's just such a big commitment, you know? I could just leave like some of my stuff with my family though and like all that.
네네. 띠아가 너무 짧거든요. 이어줘야 될 것 같아요. 그렇게. 그러니까 짧게만 그렇게 말고.
안 돼요.
있으면 안 되고.
I learned Korean when I watched them.
또 내려갔죠. 진짜 답답 넘치.
힘도 빼고.
네. 진짜 알았어요. 어때요?
수 첫 번째 수 할 때 좀 더 알아줘요.
이렇게.
이 올라가게. Y. 그렇죠. 고생하셨어요.
네. 죄송해요.
아니, 너무 잘했어요.
감사합니다.
네.
여러분, 이렇게 또 It's Me 녹음이 끝나는데요. 오늘 또 안무 연습 동안 딸꾹질이 안 멈추는데 녹음할 때도 마지막에 딸꾹질이 나오더라고요. 그래도 열심히 하고 왔습니다. 화이팅! 근데 또 마법같이 또 끝나니까 딸꾹질 레슨이 올라올 것 같으면서도 멈췄어요. 저는 또 이제 컨펌을 한번 기대해 보겠습니다.
끝처리를 좀 더 짧고 호흡.
It's me. It's me. It's me.
미가 너무 길어요. It's me.
It's me.
호흡으로 뱉어줘야 돼. 짧게.
It's me. 네. It's me. It's me.
네, 괜찮은 것 같습니다. 수고하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
네.
방금 녹음을 끝내고 왔는데요. 네, 제가 컨디션 니엔조로 지금 코맹맹이 소리 나죠? 기침 너무 많이 해서 목도 잠기고. 화이팅!
내 옆에 있어야 돼요. 글리. 네. 어디 가지 마요. 글리 사랑 글리 어디 가지 마요. 글리.
글리첸 로하잖아요.
맞아.
그쵸? 로하잖아요.
Chingus.
유나언니 한거 맞죠?
땡.
멋있다.
답답 넘치 boss me on your
넙치.
It's like the behind the scenes of their practice.
again. 답답 넘치 boss me
I know, right? I need to speak it more often.
답답 넘치 boss me on your
치.
넙치
넙치.
넙치
오케이.
again. 답답 넘치 boss me on your
좋아요.
답답 넘치 boss me on your 답답 넘치 boss.
고생하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 오늘은 되게 짧게 녹음을 했지만 그래도 이 한 소절이라도 조금 다른 느낌으로 불러보기도 하고 더 좋은 결과물로 나왔던 것 같습니다. 네, 처음에는 뭔가 이 곡을 들었을 때 저희 멤버들이 부르면 어떤 느낌인지 뭔가 느낌이 잘 안 느껴졌었는데 이렇게 녹음을 하면서 멤버들 목소리도 들어보고 저도 불러보기도 하니까 뭔가 좀 그려지는 거 빨리 무대를 하고 싶다는 생각이 들었습니다. 네, 많이 기대해주세요. 안녕.
좀 더 힘 빼서 해볼게요.
네.
근데 발음은 타이트하게 씹고.
네. 훔쳐봐 without a count. 나는 원해 솔직함 내가 두지 마 보석함.
훔을 좀 더 좀 더 늘어지게.
훔쳐봐 without a count. 훔쳐봐 without a count.
좋아요. 나는 원해 나중에 이렇게.
나는 원해
나 할 때 그 과하게.
네. 나는 원해
네네.
나는 원해 솔직함. 나는 원해 솔직함 내가 두지 마. 솔직함 내가 두지 마 보석함.
짧게.
내가 두지 마 보석함. 내가 두지 마 보석함.
수고하셨습니다.
감사합니다.
네.
네, 오늘 수정 녹음을 했는데요. 오늘은 좀 더 내추럴한 톤으로 부르는 연습을 했는데 뭔가 그러니까 확실히 더 편한 것 같긴 한데 오늘 제가 목이 약간 지금 모르겠어요. 근데 뭐 그거만의 매력이 있지 않을까요? 그 벌스가 약간 랩 같잖아요. 그래가지고 약간 강세를 줘야 되는 부분들을 좀 체크하면서 불렀던 것 같고 그렇게 부르니까 확실히 좀 리듬감이 생긴 것 같아가지고 더 듣기 좋았던 것 같습니다. 뭔가 좀 더 어떻게 연습해야 될지 알았던 것 같고 그 방식대로 좀 연습을 많이 해야 될 것 같아요. 많이 기대해주세요, 여러분.
A quiet place. It appears peaceful, but actually, the most intense and pointless mind game in human history is taking place. It may seem like nothing is happening, but in fact, this is an intense psychological standoff. This situation even has a name. Mamila Pinata Pai. First, let's look at the individual that never stops smiling. She keeps a steady smile, and her eyes don't move much. Even after a prolonged period of time, she retains her smile without much movement. It seems her smile can control the overall mood. On the other side, we can observe an expressionless individual. Her facial expression, gaze, and posture are all close to null. This one doesn't seem to be thinking at all. As a result, she stays completely still. When you turn your gaze, you'll find another expressionless blonde girl. This one is known as angry, but expressionless. This type doesn't show emotions outwardly.
I'm very confused.
취미 발레.
슈퍼 아이리스!
드미 플리에, 그랑 플리에, 드미 플리에. 그거 태권도잖아. 그건 태권도잖아.
여기 센터 아니에요?
여기 저희 아이여가지고.
맞아요. This looks fun.
안녕하세요.
요즘 발레 열풍인데 발레가 가장 잘 어울릴 것 같은 아이디어.
저희가 검색을 안 해봐서.
알리다면 말할 거.
그래서 오늘 발레를 한번 배워보려고 해요.
아니 근데 진짜 너무 걱정돼요. 그 저희 유연한 사람이 없어요.
그나마 언니가 제일 유연해요.
진짜.
이게 제일 유연한 사람.
유연해요, 제일 유연해.
일단 전 진짜 못할 것 같아요. 진짜 뻣뻣해요, 진짜.
발레 배워본 적 없어요?
없어요.
저
아기 때 했어요.
저도 아기 때, 유치원생 때.
근데 왜 태권도 했어 아까?
그거는 중학교 때. 그건 비교적 최근이고 이건 유치원 때.
저
하루만 체험하러 갔어요.
전 연습생 때 무용 배웠어요. 무용쌤이 유나는 노래를 잘하는구나 이랬어요. 확실히 무용은 아니다 이랬어요.
그래도 배워보고 싶었죠?
네.
반갑습니다. 오늘 수업 맡게 된 방혜정입니다.
감사합니다.
발레에서는 일단 제일 중요한 게 양 어깨랑 양 골반 직사각형을 만드는 게 제일 중요해요. 그래서 앉아 있을 때도 허리를 펼 수 있게 정수리를 위로 쭉 끌어당겨주세요. 자, 한번 따라해 볼게요. 발의 기본 동작이거든요. 발끝 플렉스. 했을 때 뒷무릎 바닥에 쭉 붙게끔 허리 쭉 세워주세요. 무릎 펴야 돼요, 원희 씨.
무릎이 안 펴져요.
포인, 포인. 자, 이번에는 한 발씩 오른발부터 플렉스, 포인, 왼발 플렉스, 포인. 여기서 양손 이제 팔 움직임 해볼게요. 이때 엄지손가락은 숨겨주세요. 엄지손가락 숨겨서 양손 앙바, 아나방,
It looks so fun.
아나방. 요거 잠깐만 하고 있을게요. 맞아요. 이렇게 등을 핀 상태에서 무릎을 쭉.
이것도 아파 지금. 힘들구나.
이제 앞으로 내려갑니다. 후 내쉬면서 앞으로 내려가세요. 앞으로 내려가세요. 허리 쭉 펴서 내려가 볼게요. 자, 10초만 10,
허리 굽히곤 잘해요.
9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. 너무 잘한다. 제일 잘한다, 제일 잘한다. 무서워. 네, 잘했어요. 이제 올라올게요.
끝났죠?
나비다리 한번 해볼게요.
안 끝났어.
자, 이 상태에서 팔 같이 한번 해볼게요. 아나방. 오른손 팔꿈치 시선 보면서 정면 보세요. 왼쪽 보고요. 왼쪽으로 넘어갑니다. 후. 팔꿈치는 귀 옆을 쭉 열어.
됐어. 아, 다 왔다, 이제.
이제 앞으로 다시 한 번만 내려갈게요. 앞으로 후. 좋아요. 10초. 원희 씨 왼쪽 엉덩이 내려주세요. 5. 우리 원희 씨 땀이 왜 이렇게 많이 났죠?
못하는데 제일 열심히 해.
5초만. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. 잘했어요. 올라올게요. 자, 이번에는 두 다리 같이 사이드 스트레칭 한번 해볼게요.
오랜만이야.
두 다리 사이드 스트레칭 하는.
저 그거 안 돼요. 저도 그거 안 돼요, 진짜.
옛날에 하고 진짜 옛날에 했었는데. 잘한다. 왜 나만 빼고 다 잘하지? 아파.
매트 끝까지 손을 한번 닿으려고 내려가 볼 거예요. 유나 씨 잘한다. 앞다리 이제 내려갑니다. 쭉. 자, 그 상태에서 양손 하나방.
안 할 수 없어.
손 못 대.
안 할 수 없어.
안 할 수 없어. 시선 왼쪽 보면서 뒤로 넘어갈게요. 쭉.
오, 아름답다.
안호에서 알라스콘. 너무 잘했어. 내려갈게요. 네, 잘했습니다.
와우.
자, 여러분 이번에는요. 이 볼을 바닥에 두고 뒤꿈치를 반씩 위에 올라갈 거예요. 여기서 이제 무릎을 쭉. 옳지, 무릎 쭉. 이렇게. 오, 너무 잘한다. 이제 손 놓을 수 있는 친구들은 양손 둥글게 놔볼게요. 이렇게 안우. 알라스콘. 둥글게. 양손 옆으로 쭉 뻗어서 다시 앙바 내려볼게요. 자, 이 상태에서 플리에 스트레칭. 스트레칭. 잘한다. 다시 한번 플리에. 무릎은 옆으로 스트레칭. 자, 볼 내려와 주시고 볼 이제 빼주실게요.
우와. 이걸로 피구도 하나요?
파란 공으로 피구예요.
그쵸. 파란 걸 피구 하죠.
피구 한번 할까요, 우리?
네. 저희 피구 진짜 좋아요.
빨래 열심히 하면.
좋은 생각.
A샷배를 배워볼 거예요. A샷배. A샷배는 다이아몬드 보여주세요. 원, 투. 발바닥을 밀어서 3, 4.
다이아몬드 어떻게 해요?
5번 발 먼저 만들어 볼게요. 이렇게 해서 뒷다리 이렇게. 이렇게. 이 상태 다이아몬드 발바닥 밀어서 업, 옆으로. 옆으로? 네. 다시 한번 볼게요. 옆으로. 자, 다이아몬드 업, 다이아몬드 업, 다이아몬드 업. 잘했어요. 우리 바는 여기까지만 하고 피구.
I want to take a ballet class, guys. Should I take a ballet class?
사실은 좀 이따가 안무를 하실 건데
안무래요?
네, 거기서 센터의 역할이 필요해요. 그래서 센터 결정전으로 발레 응용해서 게임을 좀 하려고 했는데
좋아요.
발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 3번 이렇게 할 거예요. 1번 포즈, 2번 포즈, 3번.
와 어렵다. 기억이 안 나. 제 시간 안에 제대로 동작을 못해도 탈락인 거죠?
맞아요.
와.
파셀이 어려워. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4.
자, 여러분 준비됐나요? 네. 자, 이제 출발할게요. 발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 2번.
2번.
발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 3번.
3번.
늦었어요.
3번.
늦었어요. 발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 1번. 발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 1번.
1번.
발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 1번.
1번.
발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 2번.
2번.
발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 2번.
2번.
발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 3번.
3번.
틀린 사람 뒤로 갈게요.
네.
발레 꽃이 피었습니다. 1번.
어떻게했네요? 뭐야 끝났어요?
센터예요?
아니요 안 하고 싶어요.
그 결정권을 제가 받으면 안 될까요?
결정권?
네, 결정권.
다 동의하시면
결정권 내가 하는 거 어때?
네, 저는 센터는 좀 부담스럽고 잘하는 사람이 해야 된다고 생각을 하거든요. 그래서 유나가 했으면 좋겠는데 어떻게 생각하세요?
감사합니다. 감사합니다.
이거 그거 같대. 그 INX 때 이런 바를 쓰고 했거든요.
아, 그 태연이었나?
할 때.
이런 거 아닌데? 뭔가 이런 거.
아 맞다.
뭐였지? 이런 거 했는데.
다 빨리 복싱 배우고 싶다.
혹시 좀 배우면 알려줘요.
아니면 같이 가자. 그럴까요?
너가 잘하겠다. 골디에서 이미 했잖아요.
발레복 입고.
어디가?
발레학교. 아일릿 국립발레학교.
자, 여러분 우리 지금까지는 워밍업을 했고요.
오, 워밍업이었구나.
워밍업이었어요? 우리 다 같이 군무를 할 건데 시순대로 한번 일렬로 서주세요.
작은 사람한테.
네. 센터예요. 로아 씨가 센터.
어떻게?
가위바위보. 가위바위보.
아니야.
완전 똑같다며. 오늘 제발 오늘 괜찮아 제발.
해줄게 그냥. 아, 뭐 카운이다.
언니가 더 크네.
아, 뭐야?
봐봐 가위바위보 안 해도 됐네.
아, 발레 열심히 해서 컸나 보다.
역시 열심히 좀 하시긴 했어. 진짜 너도 열심히 했어.
1, 3, 5가 오른쪽 할 거예요.
오른쪽.
2번, 4번이 왼쪽이에요.
왼쪽.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8까지 외울게요. 시작. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 할 수 있겠어요? 자, 일렬로 서볼게요. 일렬. 양손 앙바 준비는 1번 발 앙바예요. 원희 씨 발 1번. 시작. 1, 2, 3, 4.
되게 많나?
수정. 수정. 원, 투, 돌 때 하나 막 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 여기서 뒷다리 사선 앞으로 원, 투예요. 아까 센터가 요 가운데로 보여. 자, 업 해서 여기로 오세요.
네.
짠 하고 이 시선을 가녀리 예쁜 척 브레브레 앞으로 나와요. 아나방 왼발 앞으로 4번 여기서 턴 돌게요. 여기까지.
어머.
귀여워. 왼쪽이 위, 오른쪽이 아래.
왼쪽이 위, 오른쪽이 아래.
여기서 조금 더 모아줘요. 너무 예쁘다. 여기까지 끝이에요. 끝. 이거 다음부터는 아가 발레단이 시범을 보여요.
대박. 귀엽겠다. 어떡해. 귀엽겠다. 로아 너무 귀여우면 어떡해. 선배님 나와주세요. 귀여워. 선배님 안녕하세요. 선배님 안녕하세요. 귀여워. 미순인가 봐. 귀여워.
시작.
우와, 진짜 잘한다. 너무 귀여워. 뒷모습 진짜 귀여워.
자, 여러분 선배님들께 인사 한번 해주세요.
네, 저 인사드리겠습니다. 둘, 셋.
안녕하세요, 알겠습니다. 잘 부탁드립니다.
선배님들 이름이 뭐예요? 한 명씩? 이름 뭐예요? 아현.
여은,
여은이.
유아인,
유아 귀여워.
은솔,
소은이.
가현.
어떻게 하면 그렇게 예쁜 미소를 지을 수 있어요?
그냥 웃으면 돼요.
아, 그냥 웃으면 돼요?
웃음소리가 이원인데?
리틀 이원이. 몇 살 때부터 했어요?
4살 때부터.
5살?
안 어려웠어요?
아니요.
재밌어요? 발레 어쩌다가 시작하게 됐어요?
엄마가 그냥 하래요. 엄마가 그냥 하라고.
엄마가 하래요.
나도 그랬어.
다들 그런 게
유지영
있지.
옆에 있으니까 그냥 한 거였어.
얘들아, 우리 이제 언니들은 발레 수업하러 가야 돼요.
선배님들 안녕. 고마워요. 어디서? 아, 귀여워.
귀여워.
조심. 귀여워. 아, 저 파트 2 안 할래요.
자, 일어날게요.
까먹었어요.
까먹었어요. 그 뒤에 순서 알려줄 거예요.
갑자기 현실이 됐어.
잡는 거?
자, 손 잡으세요.
오른발 앞에 5번 발. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 3, 4. 여기까지 기다려요. 로아 씨가 센터예요.
아, 진짜?
네. 아나방 브레브레. 와서 5번 내려와서 마지막 딴. 네. 그게 끝이에요.
귀여워. 아까 선배님들 제일 작은 선배님이라던데.
7, 8. 이 끝이에요. 이 끝이에요. 딴, 빰. 이렇게 하죠. 네. 반대죠. 5, 너무 잘한다. 여러분 오늘 너무 배우느라 고생 많았어요. 이 작품이 다른 친구들 6개월 동안 배운 거예요.
진짜요?
너무너무 잘해서 깜짝 놀랐어요.
진짜요?
고생 많았어요. 우리 발레 인사 한번 하고 끝날게요.
너무 배우고 싶어요.
앞에 보고 오른발 옆으로. 둘리에 건너가서
오른발 생각보다.
왼발
tired.
뒤로 사선. 인사. 오늘 수업 여기까지 할게요.
감사합니다.
I don't know if this was recently.
어려운데 재밌었어요.
저는 오늘 기점으로 취미 발레 한번 도전해 보겠습니다. 취미 발레.
진짜 잘하긴 해요. 재능 있어.
마지막으로
네.
인사 배운 걸로 마무리하고
잠깐만 기억이 안 나.
1번
이쪽 뻗어가지고
건너서 빨리 건너서 뒤로
인사.
Wow. That was good.
Hey guys, it's Bella if you don't know me. Even if you do know me, it's still Bella, and welcome back to my YouTube channel.
Good morning.
Ballerinas are world-class athletes. These women train hours and hours a day, living a disciplined life dedicated to building their body to move with grace, poise, and elegance. To pull off these moves, they build strength all the way from their toes to their thighs to the tippy tops of their fingers, all to make it look completely effortless on stage. So why does it not look easy when I do it? I am not a ballerina, but for the next 30 days, I'm gonna be training like one.
30 days is a very short time for a ballerina, and Riv has dedicated herself wholeheartedly to this.
I'm starting this challenge with an open mind, eager to learn, prepared for anything that gets thrown my way, and hopefully in 30 days, I'll be able to look somewhat close to this. Somewhat.
You know, a lot of dancers, they start young and they train all their lives for this.
Wish me luck. This training plan came from my favorite movie, The Black Swan. It stars Natalie Portman and Mila Kunis, and they're both very talented ballerinas in the movie. Natalie Portman had some dance experience prior, but Mila Kunis did not. These are the rules. I have to attend at least one ballet class a day, 5 times a week. On those days, I have to supplement the class with an hour of practice by myself from whatever I learned, plus 1 hour of conditioning or strength training that can be anything like hot yoga or Pilates, so I can grow my muscles in order to hold these crazy poses, and then 1 hour of stretching to improve flexibility. That's like 4 hours of training 5 days a week. I'm not gonna be following the diet. We're just gonna eat like an athlete. Step number 1, get our gear. Our shoes are of utmost importance. All ballerinas start on flat shoes, and they build their ankle and foot strength to one day go on point. I don't know if you guys know what ballerinas' feet look like inside of a point shoe, but it is scary. You gotta have insane toe strength and insane ankle strength to support the rest of your body. That muscle takes years to develop, and if you go on point shoes before you're ready, you can severely injure yourself. Step 2, we had to get our ballet outfits. To be the part, you at least have to look the part. There is something therapeutic about putting on a uniform every day. It becomes a force of habit. Once I put on this outfit, I am in ballet mode. It is time to lock in. And then third, most important of all, find a coach willing to take a complete beginner on. Most studios in Los Angeles will only train you if you're under the age of 25. I'm already 24 years old. If you're under the age of 25, you have to audition to get into their studio because you're performing for recitals. Even in beginner classes, you are required to know ballet basics before stepping in. And I knew nothing, absolutely nothing. I was looking through every studio in Los Angeles, and in my head, I was like, oh my God, am I too old to start ballet? This is crazy. Am I past my peak years? And then I stumbled upon Grace Ballet.
I love going to Grace Ballet. Miss Geraldine teaches us all sorts of things.
Miss Geraldine is certified by the Royal Academy of Dance. She's someone who's performed and taught all over the world, and she is part of the new ballet generation that really values technique while taking care of your body properly.
I decided at the early age of 23 to become a teacher because so many people I spoke to had said that they'd done ballet, but their teacher had been so mean or been like, oh, you're too big, you're too small, you're too this. Didn't want to hear people having that experience going forward.
Her presence has made this intimidating sport maybe seem a little bit more approachable.
A lot can get accomplished in 30 days. Depends on the mindset of the person that wants to dance.
I'm still so scared, but maybe there's hope. My first week of classes was crazy. I kept falling, my toes weren't pointed, I wasn't standing straight enough. This is how a general ballet class goes. You start on the bar as a warm-up with the basic movements, then you slowly move your movements to be bigger and bigger, and then you move into center where you learn a choreo for the day. You have like 5 minutes to learn it, and then you practice that. Easy enough, right? Except I can't do any of it. Oh gosh, guys. I severely underestimated how much technicality goes into this art. Don't drop your neck. Make sure your arms are tight. You all hear the positions of first position, second position, third position, and they sound simple enough, except when you're standing in them, you learn that you're doing them completely wrong. Miss Geraldine always says, imagine a tomato in between your armpits and you can't squish the tomato, like a baby little tomato. There's been so many times I freaking slammed the tomato. The tomato's gone, it's squirted everywhere. I wish I was exaggerating, but I'm not. There's a reason why ballerinas literally train their whole life for this sport. Ignore my dirty feet, but in normal life, you're always standing on the ground like this, your feet in parallel. In ballet, you're turned out like that. Your knees are turned out, your ankles are turned out. Everything about the position is unnatural and uncomfortable. I would be lying if I said I wasn't overwhelmed. Because I was overwhelmed. I went to a number of different studios in Los Angeles for my first week just to see the vibes. I'm working with Miss Geraldine at Grace Ballet primarily, but she's also busy. Like, she's got her own school to run, and I gotta get my practice in whenever I can. It's 5 minutes before my class starts. I am trying a class, at a bigger studio just because I can't practice all by myself. So we'll see how that goes. In most studios, you literally have to wear proper ballerina wear or your teacher gets mad at you. Everyone's in ballet clothes. I thought it was more casual than that, so I am not wearing ballet clothes, really. Almost forgot the most important part, my shoes. That's the place. I got called out in class being like, if you don't know the basics, do not come to the beginner class. I was like, I'm so sorry. I thought I knew the basics. I really did. Like, I promise I studied a little bit to know the French terminology for tendu, which is, why am I forgetting now? Which is to stretch out your leg. There is a saying in the ballet community, be like a doll, move with grace. Everything's tight, but you still have to make it look effortless and beautiful. And it is very, very hard to look graceful when every single muscle in your body is engaged and is screaming on fire, being like, please help me. Week 1 summary, didn't know any of the terminology or the poses, learned a bunch of French new words, and realized that as an adult, I've stopped using my brain because one of the things I was not prepared for was the amount of memorization.
Give you an exercise, here's the music, practice it, and then show it to me, you know.
But that's why they say dancers who dance into old age have such a sharp mind. Not only are they athletes, but they're also crazy smart.
Out, in, out, 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 goes 58. Then you do everything on the left.
There's so many dynamics that happen in a dance class. Building the muscle memory, but also the photographic memory.
The goal going into week 2 is to use my brain, start training it so I can actually remember what's being taught to me. And hopefully we'll get somewhere at the end of the 4 weeks. Because right now the chances are looking really grim. What am I doing here?
I would love for her to be able to have an on-shame on, a small dance she can present.
I missed ballet today. I thought it was at 4 p.m. It was at 3. But I really, really needed it because I just do not know how I'm gonna learn all these combos by the end. There's like 2 weeks left. And I only have one of them down. Ah! Miss Geraldine saw I was struggling mentally and physically. I was sore and my brain was on overdrive. Overall, just really started to doubt myself. She genuinely cares for her students so much. She was like, why don't you come to our grade 3 class where they are learning the same thing as you? The grade 3 class is a bunch of 10-year-old girls. You would think I'd be embarrassed to be in a class with a bunch of 10-year-olds. The first thing I said was, are you kidding? I would love to be there. Sign me up. They've been practicing this whole semester to put on a spring performance in 2 weeks at the end of my 30 days. The timing of this is crazy. So I got to sit in on their rehearsals. They were really, really nervous. And I was like, I'm nervous to even be here. Are you kidding me? You could do whatever. And I'd be like, oh my God, amazing, because I know nothing about the technical aspects. One of the things that we work on a lot is balance and building the strength to hold these positions, because
it looks so hard.
You can hold this pose. That's how long you'll be able to stay in a pirouette for. And I couldn't hold that pose very, very long. It's just spinning. Why is it so hard? These girls are just insanely, insanely talented. And yet they are so, so nice to me when I show up in class. Like doing my little jump next to them and they're like, you did so good. I know I did not, but that's okay. You are so cute that is okay. I started to get the hang of the terminology a little bit, and before you knew it, week 3 was just around the corner. When I first started this video, I really wanted to go to Russia to train ballet, to train under Russian teachers, because I heard they're crazy strict. Even if you do something perfectly and flawlessly, they're gonna be like, it sucks, it sucks.
Or how it was, because I wanted to be a professional dancer, is that if you had an injury or you showed to be weak, you'd be replaced like that.
One day in week 3, it kind of just all caught up to me. A couple months ago, I had gone through a pretty toxic relationship. He would lift me up and make me feel very, very special, and then he would put me down very, very low as well. He would call me things like weak, that I am not strong-minded, that I let people walk over me. I got so used to hearing the voice in my head, you're weak, you're not enough. I didn't realize how much it was impacting me. It made it hard for me to show up properly to my sessions and my classes. Some days I was like, I feel like I'm not learning anything. I just got the entire combo wrong, and then I got the entire work wrong. Like, I can't even do this with kids, you know?
When she started out, you know, she had a lot to work with, finding turnout, the core muscles, combined the arms, the coordination, because your legs and your feet and your arms and your head don't all go together at the same time. That's hard in itself. And so I have seen the first week she was trying really hard, and we were trying to stretch her feet and turn them out and getting the coordination. The second week she came in, I'd already seen a big improvement.
In this environment, I'm talked to with such kindness and grace.
So some days can be really silly and other days can be more serious and like, this is the moment, blah, 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 blah.
My entire mindset has shifted to see how excited these kids are to go to ballet and express themselves. It was literally like snap. I woke up one day and I was like, I am not letting this control my life anymore. The kids wanted me to succeed. Miss Geraldine wanted me to succeed. I was the only thing holding myself back.
She's come in with the right mindset. It's really impressive. People often say, oh, I can't do ballet because I'm not flexible. Well, come to ballet and you'll become flexible. And I've actually had some of my parents of my students and who've seen her come and go and seen a little bit of what she's doing are really also really impressed with how hard she's been trying and practicing.
Finally came to the point I was like, if I can't pull my stuff together for myself, I have to pull it together for them. I started practicing the combinations every single day in the studio. And releve and releve. Smile. Don't move your arms. Point your toes. Oh my God, I was forgetting to point my toes. Okay. And then you lie down and you try to bring your head closer. It really hurts. My hamstrings, it really hurts.
Really, at the end of the day, this journey is about her and what she can accomplish in such a short amount of time. And ballet is no easy thing to do. I really think she's going to surprise herself. By the end of this challenge, she's going to be a dancer.
It's genuinely been like the best weeks of my life, getting to be a part of the studio Miss Geraldine's made.
Moved to New York with my dog in a suitcase. I borrowed a friend's child and dragged her around ballet for free. This location was an old warehouse. I re-transformed it into a ballet studio, a place that they think is home. I looked in the mirror and I was like, one day you're going to remember this image and where you started.
That kids class slowly became the highlight of my week. The kids kept asking if I was going to perform at their recital. I was like, okay, not this year, but maybe in like a year after practice, put on my best face going into week 4. Honestly speaking, I didn't expect to like ballet that much. I've never listened to classical music a day in my life, ever. And now the classical music is like meditative to me. I love it so much. My entire For You page on my IG reel feed is like ballerina means, who am I? For their recital.
It's a really, really fun day. I have all the children sit in the audience so that they see the whole show. I don't have them sit backstage as a traditional school may do.
I had one job, and that was to hand Miss Geraldine's trophies off stage. It's a very simple job.
Little ones count how many trophies they have, and that's how they remember how many years they've been dancing.
I was just so excited to be there. And I kid you not, when I saw those kids on stage, I started bawling. I started crying so bad because I was like, I'm so proud of you. I've only known these kids for 3 weeks, and I am in shock. I've never really watched ballet in my whole life. I saw Miss Geraldine on stage with these little kids. You could not take your eyes off her. I finally understood why people watch the ballet.
One of the first years I did it, someone had yelled out, Miss Geraldine, you dance. I didn't want to go home yet. It was like the best day of my year or my life even. And so I danced. I got a lot of feedback from the parents who actually said they had tears watching me dance because they realized how passionate I was. Their children were learning from a real ballerina. They saw me in a different light as to just being their teacher.
I was definitely touched. Recital's over and the kids still have 2 more weeks. The story started about becoming a ballerina in 30 days, and it's just become so much more than that. I have muscles in my legs that I never thought I would. Most of all, I love the community. Having such a strong woman role model and having also these children to look up to has inspired me.
Don't leave! I'm so hungry. No, you can just come back.
I'm not going to be training 5 hours a day anymore because that was definitely hope for all the trauma I was going through, but I am going to enjoy it and enjoy getting stronger.
I think she should be feeling proud of herself. part of your regular life. It's like a family, you know, it is.
They've truly changed my life. If you guys want more videos like this, subscribe for future videos. I love sharing this journey with you all, and
this is where you move through life with grace.
Bye, guys.
Oh my god, she did it too, Michelle.
This art form is not simple. We see on stage everything glamorous and fabulous, but what it takes to be that good and look that effortless.
This is kind of the first time when I sincerely questioned, will I be able to pull off the final challenge?
Stretch that knee, arm lower, eyes up.
Will I be an embarrassment to the ballet community?
I'm gonna go pee real quick. I'll be back, guys.
Ballet is a staple part of many young women's lives. A lot of people try ballet, but eventually quit. I was one of those people. I quit when I was 8. But I've always thought from time to time what it would have been like for me if I had stuck with it. Ballet is the epitome of grace and beauty and perfection. What fascinates me the most about ballet is that it's an art form that requires you to tell a story using only your body. And as a storyteller myself, I feel it's important for me to explore and learn all different ways to tell stories. So for the next 6 weeks, I am going to follow the training regimen of a professional ballerina, culminating in a final recital in front of a live audience. Challenge accepted.
My name is Allison Stroming. I first started dancing when I was 2 years old. I've been a professional now for about 10 years. Ballet is a classical art form that uses music and sets and costumes to portray a story. It takes years to master, and you still don't master it. Even as a professional dancer, we're working every single day towards perfection, but there is no such thing as perfection in ballet. For the next 6 weeks, I'm going to be training Michelle, eventually point shoes and partnering, and then for the final performance, we'll just piece everything together, and it will be her shining moment.
Hi! I'm Allison. Thank you so much for taking me on.
Before we begin with the bar, let's situate this hair.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
so I'll teach you how to do a ballet bun. So you want to take a couple of pins to like flatten this down. And then usually you want to hairspray like the flyaways. I'd say that's good for now.
I feel like more aerodynamic.
Awesome. Michelle will be starting with the basics, the positions of the feet, our arms. There's 6 positions in ballet of the feet. This is first position. So you have your heels together and your legs are nice and straight. Second position is to the side. And you want to have a nice lifted elbow. We're gonna go to third position. It's a little bit crossed over and your arm is in third position. Now we're gonna go to fourth position, and this is, oh, good morning.
Oh,
nice and crossed.
what is happening?
So you wanna keep having your feet turned out though. There you go. That's fourth position. How you doing?
Great.
Now fifth, you're going to take this front leg and squeeze back, and this is crossed all the way this time.
Why does my ass hurt?
Yep, that's gonna happen. And then there's sixth position, which is just parallel.
Oh, I like that one.
Unfortunately, it doesn't really get used in ballet that much.
That makes sense.
At the bar, we always start with pliés. Everything in ballet is in French, all of our terms. So plié means to bend. We're gonna plié 1 and 2. And then we're gonna do a nice tendu, which means to brush. Tendu side and lower in second. 1 and 2, but make sure you keep your belly in.
Oh, I see it.
Yeah, so it's a little bit different than squats because we're not going up and down. We're keeping our posture nice and tall, yes.
I feel like I'm on an elevator. I just let go of my body.
Other side. One other rule. There's so many rules. So between left and right, you always want to turn towards the bar. It's just like common courtesy. We're going to lift our leg onto the bar. Look at that. 2, 3, 4. You should feel a nice stretch in your hamstring. Yes, she feels it.
I do.
We're gonna keep your hips square because we're doing front. Good. Now stay there. We're gonna do 1 plie, plie.
Wait, what?
Good. In ballet, there's a right way and a wrong way. There's no way to just fake it. You have to know the technique.
So that's just the warm-up.
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Every single motion I did on day 1.
Okay, guys. Welcome back, everyone. I thought I would have like tons of energy to keep like streaming, but I'm like, I don't know. Now I'm feeling kind of sleepy. Not that I'm gonna sleep, but I do feel kind of sleepy. I don't know. But we keep I say we keep streaming, but what are we gonna do? That's the question. That's what I'm trying to figure out. I don't know what to do tonight, chat. What's the vibes tonight? It's late. Oh, my hair is so cooked. My hair is so cooked, guys. I want to switch headsets. I don't really want to wear my headphones because they're too bulky. Casting of Frank Stone? What is that? A bit of light gaming? I don't know. I'm trying to think what I want to do. I had such a fun time in my dance class. It was so freaking cool. Trying to think. I know I'm like so like ready to pass out at this point, but at the same time I'm like I don't know if I'm tired. Hmm. We could continue Subnautica. How long did we play Subnautica? Should we play more of it? I'm so surprised today, guys. We got so many gifted subs. Like, it's insane. Like, it's actually insane how many we got today. I'm trying to look it up to see what would be a good game for us to play. Hmm. Okay, guys. Maybe Overwatch? I feel like Overwatch could be good. I haven't played this in a minute, though. To be honest. Plus, there's still the drops enabled, which is fun. It's me. It's me. Hold your bias. Now that song's stuck in my head. Hello. Guys, what should our next subathon incentive be? Because I feel like 100 subs is a lot. So maybe we do... I don't know if I want to get Alien Isolation. How about at... We're at 48. What about 50 subs? We'll do something... Play... Claire Obscure... Expedition 33. Okay. Overwatch. Okay, let's see the channel. I'm so happy I got to dance today, guys. It was so freaking, like, today, out of all the other dance classes that I've ever had, like, today was just really cool because I got to see some of the performers that danced in the actual, like, music video perform. And I thought that was so cool because their music video got, like, 2 million views. Like, is that not insane? You know? Insane, Chad. Insane. Really insane. Who's your bias? I'm your bias. I gotta learn that one next. For sure. It's like a nice little break from stream, too. Because I hope to make, like, some fun, like, dancing friends, too, because dancers are also really cool people to be around. You know? Everyone's just super cool and pretty. Everyone's so pretty. And it's mainly, like, girls that show up to the dance classes, which is nice, because I get overwhelmed with a bunch of guys. So, it's nice to have, like, mostly girls showing up. I feel like it's nice. Way better than just dealing with guy stuff all the time, you know? Like, it's nice to just have something different that I do, that I pursue. Because gaming can just be a lot at times. There's just too many guys, man. Like, there needs to be more girls in gaming, and I think there needs to be more girls and all that. But, like, it's not like that. Like, I feel like it's mainly guys. So, when I'm able to go to dance class, it's like a little nice break from all the men. You know? And I know it sounds a little harsh, but I feel like it's pretty real. Like, I feel like girls don't thrive. It's harder to thrive in environments that are male dominated when you're a woman. So sometimes it's nice to have a little break you know, it's a little pivot moment. A little pivot moment, you know? Pivoting is really good and healthy. Pivoting can. It just. She hates men? Okay. Like, blocked. Little pivoting moment. Yeah, like dancing compared to gaming for me is like therapeutic and it doesn't have that like toxic aspect where like people are hating on you if you play bad or you do bad. It's quite the opposite. It's in fact, if you are doing bad, it's okay because like we're all there to learn and like most gaming spaces aren't like that. I feel like if you're bad, people are just already trying to put you down before you even got up. You know what I mean? So that's what I don't like about the gaming space. But yeah, dance on the other hand, like the first thing they said when we came into the room was, and there's some like safe spaces in gaming, but it's just you know who you surround yourself with, I feel like. But yeah, it's so much of a healthier environment, guys. Like it is so much. So much. Hold on, let me fix the drops. Ignore this. The drops command is broken. But yeah, it's like, oh, I forgot I have fries. Oh my god. Snap. But I do enjoy gaming. I think that gaming is, but I've noticed like gaming with friends is honestly more fun than like doing it by yourself. Like Melissa, we're having a vibe. Me and her have to go take a heels dance class or something. Like, I ate my. Oh my god, thank you for the gift. Thank you for the rosy gift, Amer. Thank you, thank you. I was gonna say, yeah, but I mean, gaming is good, but I feel like I'm like trying to discover different things about what I like and stuff. And I'm Asian. I'm trying to discover like what I like what truly makes me passionate and happy. Guys, this Overwatch is taking so long. Hold on, maybe I'll do, let's do quick plays first. Maybe I have to just choose all roles, but I want to play damage. Ugh, this coffee that my dad got is so gross. Should we play Fortnite instead? No, I will not be showing my hair length on stream. I'm good. That let's try to keep the chat gaming focused chat unless they're like on a different topic. Then we can talk about it, but just we can talk about things, but just try not to get too overly personal or ask weird questions like that. But yeah.
Now arriving at Ilios.
Yay, I finally get to play. Let me change my I was thinking about recording that, like the dance that we learned today. I was thinking about recording it and then posting it for TikTok
We're in
soon.
this together.
But I want to pick like a
All
cute
of us.
outfit for it, so we'll
Make
see.
sure you're ready. Who knows what we'll find.
We'll see,
out
we'll see,
there.
we'll see. Should we play more Subnautica, guys?
Work together and we'll make it through.
I always hit up my friend Muncher. I hit him up and I'd say, Overwatch? And then it's like, and then he's like, brother, I'm working. Always work, man. No one's about that hustle and that grind. It's too loud, hold on. For the sub. I need to aim train, I'm so bad. Oh. Okay. Oh my god. But yeah, my back hurts. Yo, Vado, thank you for the super chat. Question mark. What? Thank you for the heart. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you, thank you. Nice.
This is our objective now.
Hello, everyone. Okay, lock in, everybody. Yo, Sager! Thank you for the 20 jewels. I actually just got back from dance class, Tango. That's why it seems like I've been streaming all day, but actually, I just left and came back. Oh, you got me. How's everyone doing tonight? Welcome in.
No sweat. Just need a new plan.
Oops. Oopsie, what the hell? I don't know what's wrong with my left alt, but I think I swapped it between...
A solid upgrade.
I don't know what happened to my mouse. Oh, there we go. Okay. We got it. But yeah, I've been like, I mean, don't get me wrong, like, I love, like, FPS competitive, but, like, I don't know, I've been finding, like, it's so, especially when you want to do, like, male-dominated spaces and stuff, it's really important to take care of yourself and to play games that, you know, or do, like, have hobbies that you have where you can have balance in your life, you know, to do other things and, you know, give other things a try, because you never know when something you're gonna do, like a hobby you go to a class and then it sticks with you for the rest of your life. I think that that's what I learned from my dance class, is that like it is a space that I love being a part of because it's such an inclusive space. There's just a lot of women, particularly. And it just feels like for me overall, like I've just been wanting to connect more with like women and like, you know, like as much as I really appreciate my you know, the men that choose to support me and, you know, do streaming and gaming and whatnot, you know, and make an inclusive space. Like, I don't know, there's just something else about a more inclusive environment, you know, especially like, I feel like music, especially with like girls, it's known to be more like, yeah, just literally inclusive. Like, you know, the music, you know, like who you're around, you know. It's not about like how old you are, it's not about how, you know, where you're from or things like that, or it's not about like, it's just an inclusive, yeah, like it's just such a nice environment where I just feel like I belong better. And I feel like in gaming, like, I mean, I've definitely made my own community and in my own like environment in a way. But it's always felt like it's like had a lot of, there's like always been resistance in feeling like I'm actually belonging, you know? Especially when a lot of people have fake and are like, it's just very artificial intentions, things like that. I mean, every space comes with that as well, even the space that I'm talking about. Like, I'm sure if you were more famous or you had connections, like, people will gravitate towards you more. Like, that's just how certain spaces are. That's why, like, it's important to be in an environment where you feel safe and you feel like you belong. Oh my god, it's doing it again.
You should rethink your strategy.
I don't know what's wrong with my alt button. But it switched. And now well, I do love like the competitive aspect of. You can't enter male spaces and ask them to change it if you're sensitive. Imagine not feeling safe while sitting at home playing games. It's not about like not feeling safe as in like my safety as in like physical safety. Even though like it's very possible to get stalkers as a streamer, and even I know streamers that are males that get male stalkers. So it is very possible to be physically in danger as a streamer, so it isn't a safe place sitting at home and playing video games if you're a streamer. Because unfortunately, when you put yourself out there into the world, you are exposed to a lot of negativity and you are exposed to a lot of bad people. And especially in the gaming space, it is known to be one of those spaces that is a breeding ground of toxicity. That I don't claim and that I don't associate with. And I don't claim people like that because I don't think it's cute or quirky to think it's funny to say hate crimes towards others or to make women feel unincluded in the games, even if it is emotionally and not physically. No, I wasn't talking about mean words, but I'm talking about that too because mean words are just the beginning to toxic behavior. You realize that, right? You think that abusers start by hitting people? No, they start by words. They start by tearing down your nervous system, making your nervous system feel dysregulated by emotional abuse, and then it gets to physical. That's how it starts. So that's why gaming in the space is it can sometimes be a really toxic environment. But if you're around the right people, and if you yourself are a good example in the gaming space, then this stuff doesn't apply, because if you're just a positive impact on others, then eventually you're gonna find your people, right? But like I said, because it's so normalized to be toxic in the gaming space, it's become normalized to behave that way. It's a game chat, you can mute. It doesn't matter if you can mute. That doesn't change the fact that people are saying verbal abuse. And verbal abuse is the beginning to physical abuse. It doesn't change the fact that just because it's through a game. It's called maybe be nicer in your communities and stop calling people soft. If you want women to be feeling more included in the space.
Okay? Stay safe.
But maybe that's something you can't comprehend. Because you yourself identify with abusive people and abusive behavior. Like I said, it's very common in the gaming space. So we're not going to tolerate that. And we'll block people accordingly.
4, 3, 2, 1. Round 3. Capture the
I shouldn't have to sit here and educate a grown-ass man. Grown-ass man, by the way. But yeah, you know what I mean? But I think that not a lot of people are ready for that next step in making gaming more of an inclusive space. Because for them, gaming is literally just like a side thing. You know what I mean? Like, it is just a thing where they go on and they're angry at the world and they express their anger towards others. It's just how it is sometimes. Especially if they're a very miserable, hurt human being. They're more likely to just be like a really toxic example on others. You know what I mean? And yeah, that's all. It's all it's really about. At the end of the day, like for me, gaming has always just been like a fun little hobby. But you know, I also enjoy the aspect of like getting good at video games as well because I think it's just cool. Like you got hella aura and shit, you know? But you can do that. You can achieve that without being toxic, and you'll be surprised. When you meet like high-level ELO players, they're actually like really intelligent, and the way that they talk, you could tell that like they're just really intelligent people. And it's funny because you think that a lot of the pro players are toxic, which yeah, they definitely can be. But when I've met like radiant players that are like the top of the top, they're always some of the most like well-articulated people that they don't believe in like raging, and they also don't believe in tilting either, because if they were to tilt like some of you motherfuckers in gaming and rage out and say a slur, they'll literally lose their job. You know what I mean? And they don't normally do that. Especially the ones who are intelligent, like intelligent as in they know exactly what they're doing. Those are the gamers that I feel like those are people we should look up to, the ones who don't rage. Do you think the bar for toxic is the same for guys and girls? I think it's worse for women because obviously we deal with misogyny on a daily basis. But I would say the only men that deal with the same amount of discrimination as women is probably black men or African American men. Those are probably the only men that I think deal with the same harassment that we do because of racism, right? Whereas like straight or anybody who's like of usually ethnic people, I feel like on American servers and stuff, they deal with the most discrimination because they have something about them that's different, right? And Americans, unfortunately, a good chunk of them are unintelligent, right? So, or they're just not educated on racism, and so they're just racist to each other. That's kind of sad. I would say it's worse for women though, and I feel like if you don't agree with that, well then that's, I don't know, like you've clearly like never been playing with a girl like long term to see like the type of harassment that she gets from both women and men. You know, but it's not to like say that men don't deal with it too. They definitely do deal with toxic shit talk, but I feel like it's definitely different because. Yeah, toxic gamers don't get high elos because being toxic to your teammates doesn't really help them play better. Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. And I feel like if you, at least from from what I've seen, like from really like intelligent gamers, you can tell like they're just thinking about the strategy on what they're gonna do to be a better player. They're not thinking about what They're not thinking about, you know what I mean? Ooh, my back hurts. They're not thinking about like being like an asshole, but some of them, if they're around the wrong groups of people in the gaming space, they will eventually, some of them will snap. And because, like I said, it's extremely normalized, but that's exactly like what the enemy team wants you to do. Like when you are gaming in a competitive setting, the enemy team literally wants you to be like yelling at your own team and like saying slurs to each other. Like that's literally what they want you to do, so that way you can lose and be like more distracted.
This ends now.
I can't even hit them. Oh my god. Whatever. But yeah. But it's not to say that like women in gaming can't be a part of it. I feel like you just definitely have to learn how to like not internalize like the way that people treat you, because it's not even a reflection of you. It doesn't define you. It's just it's a reflection of how they feel about themselves. Like if they're insecure or they like hate women already, they're gonna make it pretty clear in the way that they treat you. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, if you just like do you and just be yourself, like, and just try to just focus on what you can do to be like a better gamer and create a better, safer space, that's all that you can really do. You know what I mean? Hello, Cam. Did you try to put a link in the chat? There's no links allowed in chat. Gynocentric describes a perspective, theory, or practice that places women or the female point of view at the center, prioritizing their needs, experiences, interests. I don't get how that would be gynocentric. Because you can tell if you've been around women for a long time that it's not just about centering women's needs. It's about everybody's needs, because men are also affected by women being in gaming. You know what I mean? Men who stand up for women who deal with discrimination in gaming also deal with the shit end of the stick when they stand up for women. They get called an SIMP, they get called a white knight and things like that. So if you think it's only about women, that's actually not true. It's about everybody in the gaming space. It's just about making everybody feel included. Just like black men, right? If you have a friend that's black and he deals with racism all the time and you stand up for him, you might also deal with racism. So it's not about gender in this sense. Well, it is about gender, but it isn't. You know what I mean? If you just spend enough time around women, and in gaming in particular, multiple different women, and you're just friends with them, and you guys are playing together, and she so happens to, you know, be competitive, right? You know, she's trying to get better with you, and she decides to talk in the mic. Pay really close attention to the way that people treat her. If they're putting her down already within the first few moments that she's speaking, then you already have a situation where she is being put in an inferior place, where she is mentally, you know, if she's not already equipped with a strong mental, it can really ruin somebody's perspective on the game. It can ruin their thinking, and it can, you know, really mess in their head. It's just like if your friend that's black is dealing with racism, you're not going to just sit there and let it happen. You're going to stand up for them, and you're going to be like, hey, don't be racist towards my friend. That's stupid. You know? And we can see that in the Valorant space. Like, this one guy got banned from a tournament, or he got his whole career, like, put on a pause or whatever it is, because he said a racial slur.
Select your hero.
And a lot of people are defending him and saying he shouldn't have lost his career over this one mistake. When it's like, for generations and generations, we've been fighting for people of color to not deal with less opportunities, to deal with, you know, more inclusive spaces. And instead of these people holding this kid accountable and being like, oh, maybe if he shouldn't have said this slur if he wanted to keep his career.
Find the key.
They're defending this guy.
Resolved.
Because they have a lack of empathy. They don't see how even this slur, as simple or as harmless as it seems, it's not as harmless as people make it out to be. It's not just words. It's the beginning of a hate crime. Everything, hate speech is the beginning of hate crime. It just happens at a, like, that's what starts it, right? So when you start saying racial slurs or whatever, you're more likely to go off into the world and do something to hurt people of color. Whether it's by putting them in a position where they don't get as much opportunities, or whether it's going out and, you know, putting a school in danger. That's predominantly not white people, you know what I mean? So it's usually like, and here's another great example. So for example, like, it's like, a serial killer doesn't just start out as a serial killer, okay? This is an analogy of it. A serial killer starts by abusing animals, and that's a good telltale sign of a person who is capable of murder, is someone who starts out by murdering animals. Look at Jeffrey Dahmer, for example. And so in this analogy, we can learn that, yeah, maybe to you, a slur is just a harmless thing that doesn't hurt somebody, but in reality, you're creating a breeding ground of hate speech that later on turns into one of those people that you're saying slurs around is going to be like, we don't like them anyways. And they're going to go commit a crime, remembering that time where you created a space that was safe for you to say that slur. These crimes don't start based off of people just being crazy. It starts off by them normalizing this discrimination towards minority groups that are not stood up for enough. That's how it starts. You're saying slurs? I was just talking about it. She's racist? No, I was just talking about slurs and talking about how... Are we not listening? Discrimination and racism will always be a thing forever until the end of time. No, it won't be something that's here forever until the day of time if we actively educate each other and educate ourselves. And educate ourselves on what normalism is and how normalism is what causes these crimes to happen. You think that women just get raped on a random Sunday because someone's cuckoo beans in their head? No. It's because, you know what's crazy about these criminals is they are regular people. They start out in spaces where you guys are hating and hateful towards women. And that's what later on leads to women being raped and murdered. It's just the reality. And every man, did you know that every straight man benefits from men being violent towards women? Yeah. And so, instead of like trying to say that women don't have it hard in the gaming space, maybe you should educate yourself, because that's obviously not the truth. And if you speak to any woman in the gaming space, they might not want to talk about it, but it's the truth. A lot of women are discriminated against, no matter how good they are. No matter how bad they are, whatever it is. Think you can beat racism? I think that if we all came together and we started educating people and they actually listened, maybe we could help people learn how to be more educated. But obviously, because no one is especially it's because if it doesn't directly affect them, a lot of these people won't do anything about it. It's called having a lack of empathy. But that's exactly what's causing the loneliness male epidemic. A lack of empathy. Because if you think you can be in a relationship with a woman without having empathy and learning how to build empathy for others, why do men benefit from that? Because they set the bar very low for the expectations that we need to have towards men. When we still have murderers walking around the world, when we still have sexual predators walking around the world, every single straight man benefits from this. Why? Because it sets the bar extremely low. Because you guys are held at a completely different standard than women are. If you were to do something like that, you could still get married and have kids and live a normal life. You see what I'm saying? Women the opposite. Because we just don't have the same life. We live in a patriarchy, right? Like if we lived in a matriarchy, then of course, you know, everything would be catered towards women. But it's not like that. And some men think it's catered towards women because women are deciding to have higher standards now and they're choosing themselves now. But that's more about like personal choice. I am a feminist smelling guy. But I think men's perspective on feminism is completely skewed because of the idea that feminism means that we hate men, when the reality isn't we hate men. My reality of feminism is I'm a feminist because I just want to create a safe space for women to thrive and have equal opportunities towards men. Yes, I want the world more catered to women. Because if I were a man, and it was a matriarchy that we were living in, where a woman ran the world, and every woman was in a powerful position, and men weren't, I would also fight for men. Because I would be able to have the empathy to talk to them and see what it is that they're dealing with. That's putting them at a disadvantage in the world. Stop asking me to show my hair length. Anyway, I'm gonna block this guy because he's just arguing with me because his idea of feminism is completely different than mine. They just think extremist. My thoughts are not extremist. My thoughts are, all I want is for women to be represented in spaces that they're not. And that's exactly why I'm a streamer, because I'm in a space that is not as represented for women as it should be. And I'm very successful in it too. You know what I mean? One of my close friends killed his sister's pet rat out of anger towards her, and later on, older age, he killed local birds with a pellet gun. A lot more years later, after he had kids, a wife, he invited me to his house party. And we got into a physical fight. He almost put me in a hospital. Oh my gosh. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, yeah, that's why I listen to a lot of true crime, because true crime is undeniable proof as to what women are dealing with, and not just women, but men are dealing with too. You know what I mean? So, undeniable proof of like hate crimes being committed. You know what I mean? Because a lot of people act like it's not about their gender and stuff like that, when it's not about their gender or like whatever. It is about, sorry, I meant to say, it is about their gender sometimes, especially when it's like a woman in a, like most women, when they're in a relationship, they're more likely to die, you know, not by a random stranger on the street, not by a random guy actually. In fact, they're more likely to die by a guy close to them that knows them. Is that not insane? And intimate partner violence, domestic violence, is more likely to be committed towards the woman than the man. But it's still possible towards men too. No? But yeah, intimate partner violence is very real and very common. And that's what I mean by like, it's not just some random guy you're meeting on the street that's cuckoo in the head, you know what I mean? Like he's like, can't think straight or whatever. It's regular people. Like, and I think that's something people don't want to understand because they don't want to think in their brains that they're ever capable of doing something like that. But the more you try to act like these criminals are monsters, they're not. They're actually human beings. That the reason they get to that point is because their actions in their head have been so justified years and years to come, and that's why they do the things that they do. If they knew what they were doing was wrong, based off of the community that they're in, like if more men were to stand up and be like, you beat your wife, what the fuck is wrong with you? And completely cut him off from their group of friendships and group whatever, or you cheated on your girlfriend, cut him the fuck off. They don't. because they don't care what happens to women. They never do. Unless they're not hateful towards women. If they actually... And the thing that's crazy too is like, you'll see women who have men that are clearly capable of being empathetic. And it'll put low effort men that don't believe in empathy in a fucking coma, because there are men like that exist into the world, and it shocks me, because I think sometimes I don't think they have empathy, but some of them are very clearly capable of empathy. They just aren't taught it, or like they're not in a circle where it's normalized to be empathetic. Instead, it's the opposite, right? And so what does a lack of empathy do? It creates psychopaths that are in groups of psychopaths and narcissists that think it's okay to beat their wives. I mean, look at all the men who listen to Chris Brown. Like, there's times I've listened to Chris Brown, but it's because, like, it was a dance class or things like that. But even I, like, feel sick to my stomach when I'm listening to a song. Even if both partners were, like, equally abusive in the relationship, because I don't think anyone is, like, there's never a perfect victim. But the thing is, Turp, it's not a victim Olympics. There's room for everybody to be considered. You know what I mean? It's not about who is the better victim here. But you can't act like nothing is wrong with a guy for beating a woman. Like, he is clearly... We learn this in biology. We learn that men are biologically put at an advantage. You know what I mean? Knowing that you have that strength, it's like doing taekwondo, and whenever they teach you in taekwondo, they teach you in the beginning that you swear on an oath to never use your skills in taekwondo for harm. You swear to only use it out of self-defense. Because when you learn taekwondo, it's not about using your power for evil, it's about using your power for good and for self-defense. That's what it's about. Now, let's say the guy was doing it out of self-defense. That's the only time that I would consider that it's fine. But even then, I still, like, if I were a man and I knew that I was strong enough to, like, push a woman away from, like, touching me or anything, or provoking me, I wouldn't get to that point. I would just push her away, and I would leave the situation, you know? That's what I would do. But at the same time, like, when you're in that situation, obviously it's different for everyone, so you don't know exactly what's gonna happen. But I think that it's good to have a level of self-control, because you should know your capability, like, you should know how strong you are. Especially with what we learned in biology. I mean, we learned this stuff, you know? If a woman is clearly, you know, more strong than you, okay, then I guess that's different, right? But, like, it's like using your power for evil, in my opinion. Especially, like, the whole mentality of, like, but she provoked him, but it's like, you can't, it's valid to feel angry when a person provokes you emotionally. And I don't agree with, like, emotional abuse either, you know? Emotional abuse is not healthy. But it should never push you to the point. You should have self-control to the point where you know, okay, well, I'm stronger than her, so I'm not going to do anything physically to her. You know what I mean? That's all. I don't think I would never hurt anybody or, like, put my hands on them. Because I think that it's stupid, and I think it goes both ways, of course. But you can't act like... you can't act like men don't have, like, an advantage physically, you know? Not saying a woman can't, but it's... I mean, it's clear that, like, you know... But it's not to take away from men's experiences or what happens to little boys. But the craziest part about, like, murder and homicide and things like SA, when it does happen to men, you know the main perpetrator is still men, right? So it's pointing to a bigger issue of it's not impossible that women are also the predators in this situation. I'm not saying that. Women are capable of a lot of evil things. If a man is capable of it, so is a woman. And there's a lot of stigmas, right? Like, oh, a woman can't hurt you, right? Things like that. But it is true. Women can do some damage, things like that. But I'm just pointing out that the reason why it's more likely to be a man is because it's men are more in powerful positions. Whereas like if things were equal all around, you would start seeing perpetrators from both genders. But the reason why it's mainly men right now, I mean, think of Jeffrey Dahmer. All of his victims were young, sometimes underage boys. You know what I mean? So this points to a bigger issue of like, where did we go wrong? Like, where did we go wrong in our system? Where did their parenting go wrong? Because like, when did it get to this point where he thought it was okay to do these things? If he was a normal functioning adult and he realized, oh my god, I'm starting to think really bad thoughts about the XYZ, and I know this stuff is illegal, I know this is bad, I should self-report myself. But these people are like, you know, it's not that they're evil, it's that these people are in positions of power. Like, he was a white man, cops would come to his door, and people wouldn't bat a freaking eye because he was white. And a lot of people don't want to point out that his race plays a big role as to why he got away with the things that he did. Because it's like, I don't know, but it is a big thing. Like, he got away with a lot, and there was police right there too, like in the documentary. Showcase how the police was literally there, and his neighbor was clocking that, but they didn't believe her because she was a girl and she was black, you know? And so when she found out, it was like a big wake-up call for a lot of people, you know? Like, but I think it's really important that we understand that, like, the whole point of what I'm saying and the whole point of feminism isn't to divide the genders. It's actually more so to bring more women up into power. Feminism is the reason why I am able to have the platform that I have today. The reason I'm able to open my own bank account. The reason I'm able to pump my own gas, have my own credit, be able to have my own apartment in my own name, have my own car in my own name, you know what I mean? Like, things like that. And not have to co-sign with a man. Like, I'm allowed freedom. And that's because of feminism. But it's not about dividing the genders, it's about bringing more women up into power and giving them opportunities to succeed. Do you get what I mean? To be able to have these conversations with you and be competent enough, you know, to get it across without attacking your guys' gender, because it's not about attacking genders here. And obviously I clearly have a bias because I'm a woman, you know, and I've dealt with a lot of bad things at the hands of men. So I do identify that I have my own personal bias. But I will say, that doesn't take away from the fact that I am making some good points here, you know, in terms of feminism. It's more about a peaceful protest for me than it is about violence or creating separation or segregation. It's more about peaceful protest and bringing justice to future women, because even though we have come really far as a society to give women bank accounts, to give them the ability to vote, to give them, you know, be able to open a bank account, have a credit, whatever it is, all that, have a phone, have a cell phone, things like that, have a car in our own name, all of that stuff, you know? But just because we already have a lot doesn't mean there isn't more for women to achieve in the future, like becoming the president of the United States or becoming, you know, a big political leader that takes a lot of, you know, positions of power. But because there's a lot of discrimination made towards women that still exists today, we're kind of far off and we have a lot of work to do still. Like, I firmly believe that if we start making stricter rules on sexual harassment and sexual assault and things like that, and people are punished more severely, I feel as though we will live in a society where women can grow up, where the statistic is no longer 1 in 3 women who are dealing with sexual assault or sexual violence at the hands of, you know, predators, right? maybe that statistic won't be as small as 1 in 3. Maybe it'll start becoming 1 in 100, is what I'm trying to say. And that's what I'm trying to fight for, basically. That's what I believe. That's my morals and my values. But because, like I said, a lot of men benefit from this idea of not giving women power, they will have this internalized misogyny and let it flow throughout life freely. But, I mean, do you guys ever think about why we have the loneliness male epidemic today? It's probably because women are coming to their senses and realizing that if we don't want to have sex or have kids with men or have a family or marriage or anything, we can choose to completely opt out of it until men get their shit together and learn how to build empathy. Because why would a woman ever put herself in a situation where, with a man who doesn't think that she should be empowered to go and live her life and have freedom away from any man that could be bad, right? Only a man will treat a woman like she's a bird in a cage. A good man will treat a woman like she's someone who should go live out her life, live it freely, and have the freedom to do what she wants to do whenever she wants to do it. And her life not be defined by marriage or kids. You know what I mean? So yeah, that's my take on feminism. Because in my opinion, I feel as if there's a lot of expectations placed on women, which if you want something in life, go and take it, go get it, whatever, work hard for it. But I think that women are also allowed to have dreams and accomplish things that are different than the norm. You know what I mean? And feminism is basically all feminism is about
Select a map.
what is this guy saying? Hello. The thing is, predators are violent, and people that fight to keep those predators away and justice have to pay with the same coin. Soft behavior cannot be priority the way. You only get soft because you suffer. Get the point of a good man. What?
Select your hero.
First, be illiterate before you start spitting absolute nonsense in my... Like, first be literate.
Choose hero.
I'm tired of men thinking they can be women. Well, I think that men should be able to do what they want to do. If they... I am in support of trans people. I feel as though... I don't know. I feel as though discrimination of any sort towards any group of people, in my opinion, is stupid. Unless it's, of course, like, people who are, like, something is wrong with them to the point where they like children. Now that, I cannot agree with. I feel like if someone's trans, though, and they want to be a woman, you should give them all the grounds to be that. There's nothing wrong with that, and I think anyone who's transphobic is uneducated. And they're the same people who years ago hated gay people, so that's what I feel about trans people. And I love trans people. There's some really amazing trans people. So I don't think that we don't discriminate against any sort of individuals here. Expectations come with the job, not because you're a man or a woman. Men have to live up to expectations for centuries. Yeah, and I think that you're perfectly entitled to having the life that you want. But what I'm trying to say is feminism is about women being able to be whatever they want to be. So if you want a woman who cooks and cleans and does the traditional things that you want her to do, then hopefully you're the type of man who's going to pay the bills and make sure she has a house where she can stay at. Right? But let's say the woman doesn't want to be a stay-at-home wife. You're not going to go and force a woman who doesn't want to be a stay-at-home wife to be a stay-at-home wife. You're going to think about what she wants Because it isn't just about you. Just because you work hard doesn't mean that women don't. And just because some people don't consider women's jobs, well, that's... But yeah, anyway.
Never tire of this.
It circles back to empathy, exactly. Empathy and consideration. Having the empathy to consider certain things. People don't just... They aren't just born homophobic and transphobic. They're around people who are like that. That normalize that behavior. That's why they think it's okay. It's not about they all of a sudden become evil one day. It's about they're around the wrong people. Because they don't have standards to their friendships. They're okay with being friends with men who are so loosey-goosey, but that's exactly the reason why they don't have a girlfriend. I mean, look at men who are on games, saying slurs, telling women that they're gonna grape them on the game. Look at who they're friends with. And I bet you none of those guys that are saying that stuff have a woman taking care of their meal at home. And if they do, they might have a lot of damn money. Because sometimes that's the only thing that some women need in order to like a man, is for them to have money. So sometimes these guys aren't always alone. Actually, it's the opposite, because misery likes company. Remember this. Remember this. Misery likes company. So this guy does have a girlfriend. It's probably a girl that's using him. Because no girl that actually loves herself would be around a man like that. But because I think a lot of women are taught to not have any sort of self-esteem, no self-worth, don't stand up for themselves, don't speak up for themselves, stay quiet, stay shy, stay little, stay digestible, they are subconsciously teaching themselves and teaching people around them how to treat them. And so when they are constantly fawning is a victim, it's a defense, it's like it's a response to trauma. And so fawning is when a woman is dealing with harassment, maybe instead of trying to argue with that guy on saying he said something misogynistic, instead she just stays quiet, maybe mutes the guy, whatever it is. That's fawning. Or even just like laughing along with it and just going with the flow about it, even though that's something that probably really bugged her. That's fawning. And fawning is something, it's like a people-pleasing thing. People-pleasing is never really good.
That's more like it.
Mainly because people-pleasing just teaches you to be like a pushover. Okay guys, what should we play now? I'm getting bored of Overwatch. I'm down to play some Fortnite or something. Let's see. Or we can play more Subnautica. Or we can play Claire Obscure. What do you guys want to play? Or should I take a break and go to sleep? Let's see what time I have to wake up. But yeah, there was this TikTok that I was watching today. And it was this girl who was talking about how like her man he cries a lot and he has like a lot of empathy, and he'll point out a lot of the times where women are being mistreated and he completely like clocks it. And she talked about how like sometimes she doesn't even have to bring up when guys are being misogynistic. Like her husband will just bring it up out of the blue or like be like, oh, see, that's when it happened or whatever. And I thought that was so, like, it kind of restored my faith in humanity again, you know? Even though it's the bare minimum, obviously, but at the same time, it's like, it's really, I feel like nowadays hard to come across a man who has that like sort of empathy where they're able to just like call it out point blank and be like, that guy's a misogynist, you know? Um, things like that, you know? And I'll be honest, like there was a point in my life where I dealt with so much like sexual harassment and so much like stuff where I did hate men. Like for a good while, I hated all of them. I hated them all, like a lot. I hated them and I would say it all the time. Sometimes I still say it. But I've learned throughout the years that the way that men treat me is not a definitive thing about me, and I know that not all men are like that, and that just because some of them have treated me bad doesn't mean that they're all like that. It just means that there were some that didn't know how to treat women the right way, you know? And the more like, you're around the right people, you go out in person and you meet these men, these misogynistic ideals don't hold up in real life, face to face, with powerful women in powerful positions. It's just a facade that a lot of online men carry. And I feel like because I've been online, a lot of people hide behind a mask. Whereas, like, if they saw me in person, they would never say that to my face. You know what I mean? So, I think it's funny. And now I feel like I've done more healing to understand that dismantling misogyny isn't about hating men back, and it's not about being violent towards them back. It's about dismantling what hurts both of us, you know? And it's about being around men who, when you do say that you hate all men or whatever the fuck, they understand you and they sit there and they understand that you don't mean all men. You just sometimes feel like it's all men, you know? And that's when you're around the right people, in my opinion, is like guys being able to understand why you've been so hurt to the point of feeling so much hatred towards all of them because your trust was eroded, right? To the point where you thought all of them were like that. But the reality is, just because you're hurt by this few doesn't mean all of them are bad. Thank you, iMarks, for the Prime sub. I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you for the Prime. And so, as I've gotten older, I've realized that misogyny, like, and even on TikTok, like, I watch some girls that do deep dives on misogyny and they give like really good takes about it. And it's so good, like, and there's one thing that this girl she said that really stood out to me. It's not about like, and sometimes you guys know I clap back on stream a lot, which I shouldn't be doing, but at the same time I do it because like it's me standing up for myself, you know? But at the same time, she talked about how like dismantling misogyny is about like letting it starve. Like letting these people starve. Starve of any type of reaction, any type of attention, any type of response, whatever it is, starving it. And then creating distance from those people, you know? So, like, for example, she talked about how misogyny, it doesn't strive off of, people just randomly being misogynistic. It's more about it strives because of normalization. And so when you give it attention and when you give it a reaction, you're kind of letting it know that it still exists and that it's still relevant. When sometimes all you need to do is just let it starve. Let it starve completely, like no reaction, nothing. and just block these people. Because at the end of the day, like, I'm gonna give you a great example, okay, guys? So I had met this guy, and he treated me so nice, okay? We went on this creator trip, and we went to a different country. I'm not gonna say which one because I don't want you guys to find out who it is. I'm not really trying to like badmouth them or whatever, but I was getting to know this guy, and it was like this influencer event, and I was traveling alone to this specific country and to this specific influencer event. And I went in there alone. So, I would, mingle with other people and try to make friends. So eventually I did, right? And so I met this one guy and he was like, "Oh, are you doing anything after? We should come hang out with me and my friends. We should go out to eat together." And I was like, "Okay." So I had some mutual friends and we all went out to eat. During this whole thing, there was a woman who got raped. Graped without the G. She got graped at a party that I was at where there was a bunch of different men at, and there was a man who was a tier 2 coach for this Valorant, whatever, tier 2 Valorant team. And this woman came out about how she was graped by him, or I think it was essayed. I'm not sure if she was fully graped. I don't know the details about the whole story, but all I know is she was violated. And everybody in that table, we were talking about it. Everybody in that table was like, "Ugh, girls are just so dramatic. Oh my God. Da 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 da. So dramatic. Can you believe like she was drinking? Like maybe she shouldn't have drank if she didn't want to get raped, basically, is what they were saying. And I don't know why, I don't know how people like this exist, but for some reason, to these people, this tier 2 coach, his career mattered more than this woman being raped. And you know why? It was because everyone was like, "Oh, I know exactly who she is. She's dramatic. I mean, look at the stuff she posts on her social media. She's provocative. She's this, whatever it is. She posts herself already for the world to see. She can't claim grape if she already puts it out on the internet for everyone to see." That's exactly what they were saying. And I remember sitting there in a room full of stupid, misogynistic piece of shit men, and I just sat there and I didn't say anything. Because in my mind, I was like, wow, I was assaulted one time too. And I never spoke up about it because I was scared. And this situation made me realize this is why a lot of women do not come forward about the things that happen to them, because a lot of people are trying to police them on whether or not they're allowed to be victims, whether or not they're they're telling the truth, because this guy was a successful tier 2 Valorant coach. Seriously? And I had this one guy tell me to my face, he was like, "If it was you, Jess, of course I would believe you." And I was like, this guy is fucking bullshitting me right now. Because I know he wouldn't. And why is it that when it's girls that you're attracted to, that's when all of a sudden you care? When it's a girl you're not attracted to anymore, that you don't actually know, that's when it's all of a sudden she's making it up. Now, I'm not saying that women sometimes don't make it up, whatever it is, but there's a 2 to 10% chance that women are making up lies when they are coming out about SA or when they're coming out about grape. And sometimes when it happens, there's no way to get proof that it happens because it happens too quick, and it's usually in a situation where a person is inebriated. Like in this instance, the woman was drinking alcohol and she was at a very crowded party. But it doesn't take away from the fact that she was hurt and that it's not her fault. And so I say this story because I was getting to know this guy, and we were sitting at the dinner table, and I had this realization that I was in the wrong group because I didn't like the fact that they were victim blaming this woman, making her out to be crazy. And it made me feel really bad for her because isn't it insane? Isn't that insane, chat? Like, how they can just sit there and then one of them had the audacity to say that, well, maybe she shouldn't have drank an alcohol. Maybe then it wouldn't have happened to her. And I was like, what the fuck is wrong with you? You know what I mean? And then they even try to like say like, oh, but Jess, if it was you, like, I would believe you in an instant. I'm not believing this bullshit. You know what I mean? And so after the dinner, I paid for my meal. And then I just remember feeling like I don't want to be friends with these motherfuckers no more because I can't believe they're able to just sit here, victim blame this woman, and act like there's going to be no consequences to it. You know? I don't care. And they were all trying to say, but I know her, Jess. I know she's going to lie about it. I was like, do you really, though? Do you really know what happened to her? Were you there? Did you see it? Did you see her making it up? No, you weren't. You're just speaking from a place of, like I said, misogyny, right? And so this, the trip was coming towards a close and we were gonna go out to get poutine. So I was like, okay, I guess I'm down to go get some poutine, At this point, I was still trying to figure out the guy that was interested in me, trying to figure out his stance on it. And at first, when I was talking to them, I actually believed them at first, and I was like, oh, maybe she is making it up, But then as I did some thinking and as I looked into it, it made me realize, like, I can't believe these people are, like, just taking this tier 2 Valorant coach side so easily, you know? But at first, I actually believed them. And I was like, oh, okay, maybe they're telling the truth. So then we went out and we hung out again. And we went to go get poutine. And this guy was really kind, he paid for some of my Ubers. And, he's treating me really nicely. He even got an Uber for us to go into, make sure that I get to my Airbnb safe. And then he left back to his place that he was Airbnb, whatever, right? And so at first, like, I had a good outlook on this man, but then that's the thought of like them blaming that woman really like stuck with me, and I started thinking about it more, and now I'm pretty sure about how I feel about it. And I feel as though they were responding very misogynistically to this whole situation. And I try to point out like their misogyny and stuff like that, but like they didn't try to understand my point of view, right? And so as I was getting to know this guy, it was like I initially thought like, oh, maybe he doesn't like, maybe he's not misogynistic, maybe like this girl is really crazy like they're saying, and so at first I kind of believed them, but then I did my own thinking for myself, and I later realized, like, after processing and after thinking for myself, a lot of the things they were saying was like coming from a place of they were just victim blaming her, you know what I'm saying? They thought that, no, because especially because of the guy, he was a tier 2 Valorant coach, which means he has a really good job. And a lot of people have more empathy for men who have a really good job compared to a woman who gets hurt. And so in this instance, at first I was like, okay with hanging around them, but then I wanted to get to know this guy, like seriously get to know this guy. False accusations do happen, but what's crazy, if you look up the statistic, it's a 2 to 10% chance that a woman is telling a lie, according to statistics. So if we go based off statistics, in this situation, it's likely that she was actually telling the truth. And even though she wasn't a perfect victim, in a way where, maybe she did do some provocative Twitter post. Maybe she did do OnlyFans or things like that. But it doesn't take away from the fact that just because she did OnlyFans or just because she over sexualized herself on the internet doesn't mean that she's not allowed to get violated in a public space where she's in a place of vulnerability when she's inebriated and she's drinking. When you see a person drunk on the street, you're not thinking, how can I take advantage of this person? A good person would make sure that that drunk person gets help from medical if they need it, or has a sip of water and a ride home so they're not drinking and driving. That's what a good person would do. So just like in this situation, if a man sees a woman in a vulnerable state where she's drinking, he's not going to take advantage of her while she's drinking. Because when a woman is drinking, when a man is drinking, he cannot consent. Have you guys ever watched the video of the consent video? So if you watch the video about consent, it uses tea as an analogy to describe you're not going to shove tea down somebody's throat because when they're drinking, they cannot consent to having tea. So you can stir the pot, get the kettle ready, get the pot, all of it all ready, and the person can say, oh, I want tea, but now later on, I don't want any more tea. Then at the end of the day, consent is consent. And if you can't consent, then it's rape. It's assault. And your consequences should have actions to it. I'm not saying I would assume that it's happening often, just that it's caused doubt of those real victims to raise their voices to be silenced. Which is misogyny, by the way. Because it's so much easier, like I said, for these men, instead of holding the men around them accountable, those successful that they look up to, accountable, they would, instead of sitting with that discomfort, with the idea that someone they look up to that is very successful in their field as a shitty piece of shit human being that touches women without consent, they would rather make a woman out to be crazy instead of sitting there in the discomfort. That's all it is. And if that's who you are, then you're a misogynist, and I don't fucking like you. So, anyway, back to my story. So, this guy was like buying my Ubers, really trying to impress me, get to know me and stuff like that. And we were playing games together, getting to know each other. And I was really trying to pick his brain to see if this guy was misogynistic. Spoiler, he was. Which, of course, I like to think the benefit of the doubt of men before I actually jump to any, right? So I started asking him questions and things like that, because when you're on a first date or when you're getting to know somebody and you're thinking about dating them because you find them attractive, whatever it is, you're going to ask them questions to make sure that you guys have similar values and similar ideals, right? And so I started asking him questions about the whole situation and how I think that what they were doing was, what they were saying about her was wrong, and that I don't think they're right about what they're saying. And yeah, I forgot where it led, but it was something about how we got to the conversation of how he made this comment during the whole conversation. He was like, men think more logically while women are more emotional and don't think logically because they think more emotionally. And so he tried to paint it as if he was complimenting me and how he loves emotions towards women. He loves women that are emotional. And he thinks that it's beautiful that women are more soft and emotional and things like that. But in the same way, I know exactly like how men paint emotions. He wasn't painting me out to be logical, which I found to be extremely disrespectful. And I think that it's stupid. And I even asked my dad, I was like, Dad, do you think that it's true that men are more logical and women are more emotional? And my dad has been through the ringer of like very different people. And he said, no, I think it varies person to person. Everybody can be both emotional and logical. Instead of saying one gender is logical and one gender is emotional is its negative stereotypes, you know? And so this guy was like, men are more men are more logical, women are more emotional. I was like, that's not true. And then we got into like an argument about it. And then after that, I realized during the argument, he tried flirting with me. He was like, princess. I was like, ew, don't call me princess. And I was having a serious, like, intellectual conversation with this man. And he has the audacity to try to flirt with me and be like, princess. I just remember being like, whoa, like, what was that about? And then I just remember just feeling really uncomfortable, and like everything that I was trying to get across to him, he wasn't grasping. And in that moment, I realized he was attracted to me. He probably wanted to date or sleep with me or whatever it was. I don't know. But it wasn't about respecting me. And so I made the conscious decision to realize, you know, I'm attracted to this guy. He's treated me nice. I don't trust myself to cut this guy off properly. And so I made the decision to block him. So I blocked him. And after our argument, I just straight up blocked him. And, you know, at first I was like, okay, this is valid. Like, I'm just, you know, setting boundaries. I don't really want to be friends with this guy anymore. He makes me uncomfortable. The way that he tried to flirt with me in the middle of an argument while we're trying to have an intellectual conversation about whether men or women are emotional or logical. And I sat there, you know, feeling bad about blocking him. And so I decided to unblock him. And then I told him in a message, I was like, hey, look, I realized it was a bit immature for me to block you. I wanted to let you know that I don't think me and you would work out based off of the conversations that we had. And I feel like we have two different opinions, and I feel like we just wouldn't be good together, but I don't even see us as friends. So, and I was like giving him an example as to why I was blocking him, which I shouldn't have explained it, but I explained it because I felt like it was immature for me to just straight up block him without any sort of like explanation or like give him closure to our relationship, whatever it was. It was just like a little situationship. It wasn't even a long relationship or anything. I barely like knew him. But I wanted to give him the consideration to be like, oh, hey, this is why I'm blocking you. Like, I just don't think me and you could be friends or even relationship, whatever. And then he texted me, or I think we like talked about it on a phone call, and he goes, see, this is what I mean about women being emotional and blocking you. What did I say? Emotional. And I was like, wow. And the crazy part was it wasn't like I just blocked him out of nowhere. I had thought about it for a couple of days. And blocking people isn't an emotional response. Blocking for me is about setting boundaries and distancing myself from people who shouldn't be in my space, you know? Like, I'll still be cordial in person if I ever, you know, see this person in person, but I don't think I want to be around someone like that. You know what I mean? And I think that making it seem like me blocking him as an emotional response is an example of how he never respected me and he saw all of my actions as emotional instead of seeing it as a boundary. Do you understand what I mean? Because women can only act out emotionally to men that disrespect and have this internalized hatred towards women. Bro, you just proved his point. You're on here still bothered about it. I'm just having a conversation with my community. It's not that I'm still bothered by it. I think that it's better that you're not in my community, because if that's what you've gained from this conversation, then you're clearly not listening. A debate is a debate. I'm not here to debate with men that are going to be 40 till they're single. I'm good. Some dudes like to position a genuine logical thought from a woman as being emotional reaction regardless of whether they know what they want and how to articulate that. Exactly. And so that's what I'm saying. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying exactly. I bring up this topic only to talk about how misogyny is bad and how it has taken place in my real life. I'm not talking about this because I miss this guy or want to be friends with him. I realized that he wasn't just, we weren't good for each other. You know what I mean? And that's all that it really was. Because how can you be with someone who has a completely different point of view on what women and men are like? You know, or like how they're gonna respond to things. Anyway. Calling a woman princess is only for dads towards their daughters. Yeah, exactly. Or like things like that. And then the fact that this is how I knew he didn't have any respect for me, like flirting with me in the middle of like an argument, like it wasn't even like an argument, it was more like a conversation about like what we both disagreed on. And it was just more of a discussion. But I just thought it was interesting how he was so willing to just try to flirt with me and call me like princess and things like that, which I don't, which it like really threw me off because the way that I connect to people is by like having conversations with them. You know, like flirting is fine, but like there's a time and place, you know, and it has to be mutual. At this point, I was still trying to figure out whether or not I liked this guy because I know how men work, and I know that if they're super quick to flirt with you and stuff like that, it's probably because they just see you as like a good time. You know? And so I just wanted to see if like he was even somebody that I wanted to be around. But then I realized he wasn't because the way that I like unblocked him just to like apologize and be like, "Oh, you know, because I seriously meant it. Like I thought, you know, maybe I should let him know why I'm blocking him first before I block him." And so because I just wanted to be courteous as to why I didn't want to be involved with him anymore, you know? But then I realized sometimes it's better to just keep people like that blocked because they're probably going to be hurt by the fact that you block them, and then they're going to say something mean like that guy said. And then like that guy in my chat said too, is like telling me that I proved his point when I didn't block him out of a like emotion. It was actually like it was a thought out decision, and I was taking like multiple days of us like, you know, different instances where we hung out and we talked together. And realizing that I was attracted to him physically, you know, and I liked his job, you know, he bought me Ubers and things like that. I thought was really nice, and it was a good impression, you know, the way he was. But then I realized like deeper, like I wanted to get to know him deeper, and when I would ask him these deep questions and stuff like that, that's when I realized he didn't have respect for a woman. It was more like he acted like it. Because if he did, he wouldn't have called me blocking him emotional. When it wasn't emotional. I had thought about it for a long time throughout the time that we were getting to know each other. I was just trying to give him the benefit of the doubt, and that's why I think that I didn't block him sooner, or like distance myself sooner. Because I tend to think people like give them the benefit of the doubt, you know? And so that's why. But now I learned that sometimes when it comes to guys like that, all you have to do is just block them and then just leave it alone, because just the fact that he like flirted with me in the middle of a conversation that was supposed to be serious, like it just made me feel extremely disrespected as a friend. And as a potential partner, it made me feel like he had no respect for women and he expected me to just listen to everything that he says as if he's right about everything. And I hate men like that, that can't treat getting to know women that are very capable of being educated and intellectual individuals that can also educate you on things. I hate when men act like they're all knowing and like a woman could never teach me shit, you know, like you're just it's very dense. It's screaming my daddy and my mommy didn't love me as a child and that I'm right about everything when you're not right about everything. I'm not right about everything, you know? That's why it's important when you're around people to like keep an open mind. And then, you know what I mean? And that's why I stuck around so long, you know? Because when I meet people, I try to give them the benefit of the doubt. I feel like that's human. You know what I mean? Giving people the benefit of the doubt is human. Flirt is emotion, so he gave himself away saying men are not emotional. Yeah. Can I say for any gentleman here, we can always think women are in a happy, cheerful mood. We can't always think, wait, what? We can't always think women are in a happy, cheerful mood. They just want to chill, be down, and share. Yeah, sometimes women just want to talk too, like, and when you're the type of woman, when you're the type of man who actually like respects the things that are coming out of a woman's mouth, like, you're probably better with women anyways, like, because just giving them that room to talk and actually like listening is so important. I feel like I've had a lot of moments where I was, you know, talking to men and I would talk about things that really mattered to me. And then they would be like, "Oh, I'm tired now. I'm gonna go to sleep now." And then I met this guy that actually did like me. And when I would go on my little rants talking about the things that I liked, he would sit there and be like, "I love what you talk about. You know what?" And then he would even like give little responses of like making me feel like he was actually listening to the things I was saying. And I know it's the bare minimum, but like when I met this guy, it was like, oh my God, where are guys like this? You know? Because I never come across them. And it's literally just like listening sometimes. Thank you, God above all kings, for the gifted sub. And you can learn a lot from men and women. Like, so acting like just because of our gender that you can't learn something from us, it's like, it's so toxic. And that's the real thing that's separating men from women is you guys not listening to us. And you guys not, you know, hearing out women when they're telling you when things are unfair. That's the thing that's really separating men from women. That's what's making women less attracted to men nowadays, is the fact that you guys don't want to listen or, you know, try to understand where a woman is coming from when she's talking about something. Like, for example, when a woman says she wants a provider man, every single man, you can tell by the way that they say, oh, that's so materialistic, that they're completely brushing past the actual reasoning as to why women want a provider. It's not about materialism, and you'll never see me talking about designer bags and designer clothing and designer items. You talk about me choosing a partner who's going to set a good example for the future generations, for my future bloodline. Why would I want to pick a man who's not even responsible for his own finances? You know, if I'm capable of being responsible with my finances, then what is stopping him from being responsible, you know? Is it a lack of accountability? Is it self-destructive behavior? Because I feel like the men who say they want a man the men who say they want a woman who just accepts them for who they are, which like everybody wants that. But you have to realize when you're getting into a partnership you cannot say it's only about the way you guys feel for each other when it comes down to being responsible about the people that you love. You can't say that, well, I'm the victim too, so I'm just gonna not provide for my family. Like, that's very self-destructive and it's self-sabotage when you tell yourself that, well, my woman's gonna love me for me, but it's like, you have to understand that, like, you can have both. You can have a woman who loves you for you, but also have a woman in your life that pushes you to be the provider man that you should be. Because if you think about it, when you have more money, when you have more resources, you can provide a home that's more safe for the woman in your life, and then she therefore can give you a beautiful home, you know, with beautiful kids, and she can raise them in a place that's not a stressful environment, you know what I mean? It's about it's about realizing that those men who are so insecure and tell on themselves every single time when they are saying they don't want to provide for women, they're literally telling on themselves every single day. Like, they're telling on themselves because why would you want, like, because the thing is, they brush over the point too. They brush over the point and they try to make it about materialism when that's not the reality. Kids are just really expensive, you know? And so when you date a woman, you have to think about those things, you know, when you're getting involved with a woman and potentially like putting her at risk of being pregnant. You have to think about how you're gonna figure out a way to provide for your family and be a provider and not just wait until the last minute to figure it out, but to figure it out when you beforehand. Because if you actually cared about something, you cared about your own life and you cared about the people around you, then you would hold yourself accountable, you know? Instead of feeding into your insecurities and saying, well, only a woman really loves you when she... No, a woman who really loves you is going to push you to be the best version of yourself, but you don't see it as love because you want to construe it as she's materialist. No, a woman who really loves you, she will push you and she will tell you what you're doing wrong. But if she's lucky enough to be with a man who already holds himself accountable, then she might never have to correct your behavior. You know what I mean? But real love, it's like when your parents are like, don't go do drugs. You think they're crazy and you think they're just, you know, whatever it is. But really, what they're trying to do for you is they're trying to set you up to be a good example to those around you and a good example to yourself and not throw your entire life away to substances. Now, it's not to say that the people, I know that, you know, addiction and substance abuse is a very sensitive topic, and some people use it to deal with anxiety, to deal with cancer. In that case, I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking more so about people who literally let it become a form of escapism and as a way to escape from the realities and the harshness of the world, and even a distraction from yourself. Confronting yourself, confronting your ego, and realizing it's okay to make mistakes, and confront your ego in a way that's like, you're not right about everything, you're still learning. You know what I mean? And exactly, a woman that helps you grow is a wife. Exactly. And that's what I mean. And the same thing with like your parents. Like, think of your parents. Like, obviously you don't want your partner to like treating you like a parent and stuff like that. That's why when you go into a relationship, you should go into it already as a whole person, not somebody that needs to be fixed. Now, obviously not everyone's gonna be perfectly perfect in a relationship, but it's about the idea of like, you know what I mean? Like, it's about pushing yourself and pushing those around you to do better. Your mom loved you, your wife loves your kids. Exactly. What? What? Anyway, do you get what I mean? Thank you, God above all kings, for the gifted stuff, by the way. Oh, we're gonna play Claire Obscure. Okay. Thank you for the 50 subs. Thank you. Okay, time for Claire Obscure. Do you get what I mean? So, but if you're the type of man who, unfortunately, I met this guy and he was dealing with really bad insecurities. And when I told him like the things that I wanted, instead of treating it like it was a problem to solve in the relationship, he treated me like my standards were a little bit too much for him. And I remember him breaking up with me after I had gave him one piece of constructive criticism. Basically, it was like the whole in and out thing, right? Where he made me pay for my in and out after after we were starting to date and stuff. And I was like, ew. And I confronted him and I was like, hey, when we're dating, I don't think it's appropriate that I pay for my meals if we're going out and we're going on dates. Like, you should be paying for my meal. You know, that's just like what I expect in relationships, you know? Not that you have to, but like I just feel like that's what makes me feel pursued as a woman. When a man goes out of his way to buy my meal, it makes me feel pursued. So when you, instead of paying for the entire meal, you let me embarrass myself in front of this In-N-Out burger employee, like, and pay for your meal, and then they literally put the you know, the tap receiver for the payment. They literally reached the passenger seat for me to pay for my meal. And then I remember feeling like embarrassed, like just completely embarrassed, because I just don't see myself with that type of man ever, who like thinks it's okay that I'm ever touching a bill and stuff like that. Like, I just find it to be so unattractive, and I think of him as like a friend at that point, because I'm like, if we're paying for each other's meals, like if he's paying if he's paying for my meal, then I see him as a man who's like, he's protecting me. He is gonna be my husband. You know what I mean? And stuff like that, right? Like, that's what I see. But then when a guy makes me pay for things, I feel like, ew. Like, I just feel ill. Like, ew. Like, I see him as like a roommate, or like I see him like a friend. Basically, the best way I can describe it is like I see him as a friend at that point, because no longer does it feel like he's pursuing me. And yeah, and that's what I felt. And then after I brought up the In-N-Out incident, you know, we made up about it. You know, he said, oh, okay, I'll try to do better. Like, I'll make sure to pay for the meals next time and stuff like that. He told me he was gonna do that. And then anyway, I think one of the biggest red flags in a man is a man who's okay, like, seeing his wife work. Like, for me. Like, I only work because I want to. Because that's, like, my goals and my dreams, my ambitions. But, like, I just think it's such a red flag. Like, being okay with the woman in your life suffering. Like, I just can't. I don't know what it is about it, but it just makes me feel so, like... And I'm talking about, like, romantical. Like, I just can't be emotionally attracted to a guy if he just doesn't feel this urge to pursue me and provide for me.
Let him cook!
It just makes me so, like, it's one of the biggest offs. And I think nowadays, just because, like, women are getting jobs and things like that, more men are getting comfortable with being treated like women. And so they want a little bit of piece of the cake of how women are being treated. That's why I think 50-50 exists. Anyway, that's my TED Talk. Hope you enjoyed. Who's your bias? I'm your bias. Who's your bias? I'm your bias. But yeah, like after, oh, and then, okay, so what happened was, let me tell you the story. So,
Let him cook!
Thank you for the gifts. So after the In-N-Out thing, we had the conversation, we made up, and then we, you know, engaged in activities, like fun couple activities and stuff like that. And I go to my car to leave, right? And then he goes up to me. He's like, I want to break up. And I'm like, what? What do you mean? Like, we just had a conversation. Like, I thought that, you know, we made up about it. Like, I wasn't trying to attack you. I wasn't trying to make you feel insecure or like, you know, feel like shit. I just was telling you what makes me feel loved, and I feel pursued, you know, when a man pays for my meals. That's it. And he's like, "Well, I just don't see us together. Like, you remind me a lot of my mom, and she made me feel like I wasn't enough, and that's what you're making me feel like." And I was like, "Okay, so you want to break up?" And I was like, I literally like crashed out. I started bawling my eyes out and literally humiliated myself. Like, I literally was like, that's so stupid. Like, that's so dumb. Like, fine, okay, I guess we're gonna break up then, you know what I mean? And I just was literally having a whole crash out because I had thought we made up. I had literally, like, we were doing all these fun, cute, coupley things, you know? And I just remember just feeling so used and discarded completely. It made me realize, like, no matter what you do for a man, no matter, like, who you are, if they don't appreciate you, they didn't appreciate you, they didn't value you, and I just felt so horrible. And he ended up like apologizing and then we got back together, whatever. It was weird. It was like dumb, like and then I went home and ever since that moment things really changed. And I started realizing that maybe we wouldn't be together. Because how are you gonna just give up after our one argument, you know, or one, you know? It made me feel like he was the type to just give up on me and abandon me, which is exactly like what happened. He gave up on himself, you know, gave up on, you know, getting help. And so I realized like there's no point in me trying to fight for this. It was like a one-sided fight. And I completely just focused on myself. And I don't regret it. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like it was a really healthy ultimatum for me to be like, if you want to continue and have a future together, you're going to need to seek therapy, you know? That's all I wanted from him was for him to seek therapy and stuff like that. Um, and obviously, he didn't want to. So, you said it yourself, these hoes ain't loyal. True. And yeah, and then it ended. Obviously, a lot more happened, but yeah, it ended. And honestly, I'm super glad it ended because I feel like that relationship like drained the life out of me. And it made me feel so insecure about everything. Like I remember even it was like one of my slowest months on Twitch and on social media, like altogether, like I didn't see growth. It was like it was going down, down, downhill. And at the time I was like renting. So I was just going into really bad like financial decisions and I was in this super bad depressive rut and I felt like it was because I was in this relationship. As soon as I got out, guys, like I had a moment of grief, you know, obviously grieving somebody that you care about. And then, oh my God, it was like my life completely did a 360. Like as in everything was so much better. I started like seriously believing in myself for the first time because no one talks about how like being around somebody who's so insecure, it rubs off on you and it starts affecting you mentally, you know? And at the time I was learning how to do K-pop dance class and I would go into the dance classes and I would, you know, doubt myself way too much. And it was because subconsciously I was surrounding myself with people that doubted me. He doubted me. And in a lot of ways, he tried to bring me down, you know, because he felt bad that like I had a lot of viewers or whatever. I had a lot of support on social media and stuff like that. On TikTok, like one of my biggest platforms, I had more followers than him. And I remember we had this conversation about how he thought that it was harder to get YouTube subscribers than it was for me to get TikTok's like followers and stuff like that, and how it's easier to get followers on TikTok, which I'm not saying that YouTube isn't hard, but I think it was really wrong for him to like compare us because in my opinion, yes, it is difficult to do YouTube, but to discredit my work and to say that I didn't work hard for the thousands of followers that I've gotten, you know? It felt like he wanted to feel like he was above me in this relationship. When in the reality was is I was, you know, very powerful and had my own stuff going on, you know? And I think that guys like that are just like energy vampires. Like insecure men can be energy vampires. So as soon as I got out of that relationship, my life like did a complete 360 and I've been feeling in my single era, I've been feeling way more healthy and like I'm finally going to dance class and I'm actually like memorizing the dances and I'm like getting better, you know? And I finally just feel like I'm growing as a person, you know? And I feel like sometimes you will not notice it, but like when you're around those really insecure people, they really hold you down. They really stunt your growth. And hopefully when I meet someone else, they won't do that to me. But yeah. Um But yeah, that's it. I mean, not saying that he was fully to fault because like honestly, I sometimes blame myself for being in that relationship. Like maybe as soon as he broke up with me, I should have just left. Like I think about it a lot. In that moment that he first broke up with me, I realized, huh, maybe I should have just drove off in my car and never saw him again. Because I remember that drive home after he broke up with me, but then we got back together. I remember driving home and being like, dang, he would just give up on me because I said I feel pursued when a man pays for my, you know, meals. Like, I felt this like gut wrenching pain, like this heartbreak, you know, because I had expectations and obviously they weren't met, right? And you know, at first, like, I treated it like, well, it was just like a minor slip up, but then it became a pattern. And then that's how I really knew that it was like, that's who he really was. He didn't think that women were valuable enough to like pay for their meals and provide for them, you know? He wanted to be treated because he felt like, you know, he was the prize. And I think that's my biggest mistake is I should have been in a relationship where a man realizes who the real prizes. And the real prizes is we're both the prize. But I love a man who treats women like we're the absolute, you know, goddesses of the earth. Like that's just the type of men that I like. You know what I mean? And I don't know. That's how I like. But that's what I like. But obviously like I picked wrong and I sometimes blame myself for picking wrong, but I think it's just because like I had a lack of experience and a lack of understanding of how relationships really work. And so I blame myself for how it went down because I think about how like maybe I just should have left when I felt that gut feeling of that it wasn't going to work out. You know what I mean? But I just hate giving up on situations and people and I hate giving up on, you know, the idea that it might work out, you know, but yeah. But I'm just glad that I'm not in that situation anymore. Like I used to be so in pain about it. Like, I remember for the first week that we had broken up, I would hear a car like driving up in my driveway, and I would think that it was him. And so I would have this like pain in my stomach that he wasn't there anymore. Like, that detaching part was hard. Oh my God, it was so hard. But I'm so glad that I'm like past that, and even though the grief was really hard, for a moment, I realized, like, damn, like, what the fuck was I thinking? Like, maybe I should have just, like, as soon as he broke up, like, maybe I should have just drove off in my car and, like, went to my best friend's house and told her all the gossip tea. You know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, my best friend, Bella, she's not gonna leave me. You know what I mean? Or, like, my sister. Like, I should have called my sister or something. I think I ended up, like, texting one of my close friends about it. And she was like, you need to break up with him. Like, you need to end things. And for a while, I just couldn't. But then I realized, like, you know what it was? I think it was me. Like, what I realized from that relationship, like the self-growth that I had was I tend to put men on the pedestal and not myself. And then that's why I get treated like shit. Because I end up putting them on the pedestal when in reality I should be on the fucking pedestal, first of all. You know what I mean? And that's what I realized is I need to just start putting myself on a pedestal and not giving a fuck. You know? That's what I realized. Anyway, put yourself on the pedestal, chat. Don't put anybody else but yourself on that damn pedestal, okay? These motherfuckers, they're motherfuckers, alright? Anyway. Okay, guys, let me know. Let me know if the... Wait, did the timer go up in the right corner, guys? Let me know, because I don't know if it went up or not. I don't know what time I should sleep tonight, but okay. Let's play a little bit. Anyway, that's my TED Talk. I hope you liked it. Now I'm loving myself entirely, like... And I have no room for anything else right now, because, like, all I have room for is just loving myself. And I think it's gonna be like that for a really long time. Which I'm okay with that, because, like, honestly, I don't think anything's wrong with, like, staying in your single era. And sometimes it's okay to get into situations with people and, like, realize it's not meant for you. Should have played for so we kept the TED Talk going. I mean, I still can. I'm kind of done with this conversation. I don't know what else to talk about, but we're still doing subathon, guys, so... Oh, let me change the subathon incentive. What should we make it next? You know what I'm craving? I'm craving some freaking ramen right now. We should change it to 100 subs. Play... Should I play for 100 subs? Think. Or what should I do for 100 subs? What's a good 100 subs incentive? Karaoke. 100 subs karaoke. Okay. Or maybe we should make it smaller. Maybe we should make it like 75. Yeah, 75. Okay, guys. So basically how subathon works is if that timer runs out, we have to end stream. So yeah, that's how it works. I was thinking about making it like 2000 to match with the TikTok timer, but we can't make it 2000 because mainly because it doesn't show up properly. So I was like, okay, maybe we do like 200 hours. That might show up, but even that like doesn't show up properly. Because we still have a lot of hours on our TikTok timer. But what do you guys think? I don't know. But I do feel pretty tired after dance class. Oh, wait, is the volume low? Let me turn it up. Like, I have a bit of a headache. I feel like I danced way too hard today. I might get a migraine tomorrow. Oh wait, I didn't learn my skills. Hold on. I think I might get off soon so I can take a break and chill for a bit. I do need to shower and all that. I don't know. What do you guys think? Also, did the two gifted, like, did the prime and did the gifted sub add time to the timer, guys? Do you remember seeing it go up? I don't remember seeing it go up or not. I don't know. Uh-oh. Hopefully it went up. How do I look at my map? Staying hydrated. Yes. I got my coconut water. I'm running out of coconut water. I don't know if it went up or not. I don't know. I've been like, I've been yapping the entire time, so maybe that's why nobody subscribed. Maybe that's why nobody subscribed. I was just yapping. Only one person. Thank you to that one person. Okay, guys, let's see. Where do I have to go? I have to go to Gastorial Village? I just be yapping, man. I think bits also increase the timer as well. Does it say how many super chats? Oh my god, it doesn't say. Yeah, technically, like right now on the TikTok subathon timer, we have literally like 2,000 hours. And it still has yet to go down. I couldn't add those hours to Purple app because like the timer just glitches out and it doesn't let me add 2,000 hours. So I was like not sure if we should start it on 2,000 hours, so I just started it at 5 hours. Oh my god, Anonymous! Thank you for the gift. Wait, did it go up? The timer?
Anonymous user gifted a tier 1 subscription to
I think it did. Thank you for the gifted sub to Calambrasso. Anonymous. Thank you. I don't know where I'm going. Thank you, thank you. W Anonymous gifter. W's in the chat for Anonymous. Oh my god, that scared me. Thank you, thank you. I don't even know how to like... Wait, is this a fight that we have to do? Uh-oh. What is this, guys? I can't hear anything? Really? What is this? The hell? Oh my god, what is that? Oh hell no, 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 no. I don't want to fight. I don't like the map. I don't know where to go from here. But yeah, but you know what's crazy, chat? Like, after that whole situation, chat, like, it's like my life did a complete 360. Like, I've been just focused on my grind. We got it monetized on YouTube in about 1 month. And I don't know, like, the crazy part of it all is like that's unheard of. Like, I feel like when you are on YouTube, it takes a long time to get monetized, but I got monetized in a literal month. And yeah, I just think it's kind of insane, like, how far we've come, especially on YouTube. Like, I've been able to build a bit of a steady, you know, community here. You know, we have some regulars now. Same thing with TikTok, we've been doing that too, and then Kick new, of course. We gotta get on that Kick grind, of course. But I don't know, I just feel like it's just kind of insane how you can build communities around and like just do it, even if it's multiple, you know? And every single one is different. But I think what's crazy is like, and what I mean by like 360 is like after that, like we had an insane like surge of new gifters or people like just trying to like help out in the streams, and it's been insane, like the amount of support we've been getting. And these are people that don't even like know me. They don't even have access to me or like are able to take advantage of me like sexually or anything like that. They're just here, like just gifting and being so kind and giving so much love to the community, you know, and to me and to everybody, like. And I feel like because I've been distancing myself from like those toxic people, it's helped me to attract the right people that are willing to like show up and like treat me the way I deserve. You know what I mean? Like, not even just treat me the way I deserve, but like treat others the way that they deserve, you know? And I feel like you only attract that when you start separating yourself from people that are not healthy for you. You know what I mean? Like, for example, like, I had this insane gifter. He got us, like, a laptop, and I've been able to start editing on it and stuff, and it's, guys, it's not just any cheap laptop. Like, this laptop is by itself on its own. Like, it's a monster laptop. It is the laptop for editors and content creators, and it's perfect for line of work that I want to go into in the future, you know? And he did not have to do that, you know? Like, he went out of his way to do so many things to support. And I remember feeling like, I just remember crying, like, just feeling like I didn't know that this is the type of love that I deserved. As, like, sad as it sounds, like, it's true. Like, I didn't realize, oh my god, like, I'm so deserving of gifts. And I just felt so abundantly like loved. And then that's when I realized, like, that's just like my love language is gift giving, right? And so that's why I'm a streamer, you know what I mean? But also it's because, like, I don't know, I just love gifts and stuff like that, you know what I mean? And when I just felt so loved. And for a while when I was in this relationship, I didn't feel loved at all. Like, I just felt completely neglected, and you know what I mean? Like, it was reverse. He literally bought us a whole entire laptop. Like, I can't explain how, like, grateful I am for that. Because it's, like, not even just, like, it's just insane how there's people in this world, like, they don't expect anything from me, that they just want to make my career thrive and just are rooting for me on the sidelines. And even, like, trying to be... He's, like... He kind of treats me like he's protective and, you know, treats me like kind of like a little kid, like make sure I watch out for certain people in the industry, of course, because he knows how the industry is. Stuff like that. I really appreciate that. Like, I really appreciate people who are willing to protect us, because he knows how men can be sometimes and how not all of them are great and all that. And so I appreciate that a lot. But there's a lot of other, you know... Okay, cool, but you look like you're not a bad mom clip. Oh my god, everybody has been telling me that. I'm not her, but I had someone say that to me on TikTok. I thought that was so funny. You're not a bad mom. No, when I saw that clip, I thought it was funny. She does kind of look like she looks like my sister, actually. But people tell me and my sister look like twins. So, yeah, no, literally, like, I just remember thinking, like, I just remember crying when I got my laptop. Like, I just felt so happy. I just remember thinking, like, I don't know why a human being would go out of their way to do something like that, but... For another person, but yeah, just, it really, really made me feel grateful to have the community I have today. Made me happy. And also just happy that I was able to come across such a, like, giving people. And not even just, like, him, but also just everybody else too. Like, everybody else. Like, cause it's also, like, it's not just the big stuff too. It's, like, it's also about, like, the little wins. WP. He's not my BF. But, like, that's what I mean by, like, this guy isn't even dating me. He doesn't have plans to date me or nothing. And he's just generous. Like, it's really cool how there's guys that don't expect anything out of anything. And he's just, like, you know, just trying to, you know what I mean? Just trying to make a positive impact. Because I'm not the only one he does this to, too. Like, he does this to other people on social media. Like, it's not just me. So, like, that's how I know it's, like, it's not weird. So. And so, yeah. But it's not just him, like, it's also, no, you're good, Sloppy, but now that's what we were talking about, like, we were talking about how, like, my literal BF, like, my little ex before, like, would complain about doing things like that for me. And I just remember feeling like, dang.
Now to find the chief's house.
Like, it's crazy how, like, you can come across people, and not even just men, but it's, like, also, like... But it's also just, like, think of this. It's not just men, it's also, like, women who have, like, for example, Alexis. Like, Alexis is one of our mods, and she's always super supportive. She's been there for me through a lot of stuff, and she's been there to defend me and protect me, and she's one of the girls in the community that she goes out of her way to make time. Even if she doesn't, you know, I don't expect her to. I don't expect any of you guys to give me an insane amount or anything like that. But when people do, it's like, I'm not gonna lie, like, it does help. Or, like, not even just gifting me gifts. Like, it's also, like, dedicating your time to be able to spend in the community, or, like, help moderate, because you know how the crazy things can get. Or, like, just even, like, little things, like, little roses. Like, I know some people come in, drop a heart me, and then they leave. These little gifts, they add up. So they count too, you know what I mean? It's not all about the big gifts. It's about, like, you know what I mean? It's also about, like, how we come together as a community to try to, you know, keep things running. Because at the end of the day, it is an important aspect, whether people like to think it isn't or not. Like, money isn't everything, but it obviously plays a role. And at the end of the day, it's my responsibility as a content creator. That's why I started my YouTube channel, because my YouTube channel is me you know, trying to branch out and make sure that when I'm having bad months on Purple or I'm having bad months on TikTok that, you know, okay, well, I have YouTube, so I can rely on that. You know, it's not like, it's about like creating systems where you have multiple sources of rev. So that way that if one is struggling or like, you know, maybe some people are not able to sub that month, you know, gas prices going up, whatever it is, like people are able to watch my YouTube channel and that's free. And then I get paid through the ads and then maybe I can one day get sponsors, you know, things like that. So it's like, not everything is about gifts, but yeah, YouTube really helps too because it can create like a little bit of a system. So that way, like, not everything. That's like, a lot of people ask me how I'm able to like keep things afloat. One, of course, I have some of the most generous gifters known to man, but also I have like an amazing growing community on YouTube that has yet to grow into something bigger, of course, which we're trying to, you know, I'm trying to polish things, of course, to make it more professional, but obviously, like, this is kind of just the beginning, you know, and we're so far so good. Like, we're actually doing really good on YouTube, and I feel as though, like, maybe with a little bit more consistency and better quality videos, it'll start to take off and do better. I think that I also just need to work on, like, what I've been working on recently is, like, when I do get into that mode of, like, YouTube vibe, I'm, like, all loud and energetic and we're having fun and it's a different vibe than when you're in my stream and we're just yapping about, like, life stuff, right? But it's, like, kind of like a switch, right? Like, we do, and then I'm practicing being, like, better at comedic timing. And I'm even thinking of, like, taking an improv class or, like, going to a comedy show so I can, like, learn how to be more witty and how I can be better on camera. So that way when I do, like, make fun little skits or, you know, we're reacting to the next new funny game or rage bait game or brain rot, whatever it is, then it's actually something that's gonna resonate with other people and give them, oh my god, that scared me, like, actual comedic value and, like, a break from the life, like, break from life and, like, the harsh realities, you know, of the world. Because that's initially, like, why I started content creation, was because content creation growing up for me was an escape. Thank you for the galaxy, Ido. How do I say your name? Idone? I keep messing up your name. I'm so sorry. Thank you for the galaxy, though. I appreciate that. Idone? Thank you for the galaxy. What the helly? That's a huge gift. That literally scared the crap out of me. Thank you for the hand heart. What was I gonna say? I'm still trying to figure out where I need to go, guys. I don't even know what the fuck I'm doing. My brain is off and I'm just running around. But I was gonna say... Oh, the reason I started content creation was because in, like, my childhood, you know, I didn't have the best childhood. Like, obviously, like, I mean, I had a good life, but I would say that, like, when there were dark times, you know, the one thing that I would go to was YouTube. And I would watch YouTubers like PewDiePie or Ice Cupquake, or I would watch, like, you know, like, just funny ass YouTubers, like, and stuff like that. And they would help getting through the day and being excited about life. Like, they made it way better, and they made me realize that there is more to life, and there is something to look forward to, and it made me feel a little bit better. And so that's kind of like the reason I started it. Yeah, that's all that I kind of got into it for. That's why, like, I love, like, comedy content creators. But I'm still working on my comedic, like, timing, and I'm working on being more funny and stuff like that, but it takes a lot of time. Like, it's a skill to be funny. And I didn't realize that until, like, I started trying it myself. Like, not every joke lands. And then you're just like, oh, tough ground, you know what I mean? Hold on one sec. And yeah, so that's, like, kind of like what started it for me. And that's why I'm really glad that, like, I've been taking a break from all these insecure ass men, because now I can just focus on what actually makes me happy. And, you know, I feel like I thrive when I'm in, like, my single era, until I meet somebody who's, like, you know, better for me than maybe, but I don't know. Right now, I'm just kind of like, I'm actually really happy. I feel like I thrive when I'm just chilling on my own, like doing my own thing. And I feel like a lot of people think that like being in relationships is like gonna fix all your problems. Like, in the reality is like sometimes focusing on yourself is really what you need to do. And even in relationships, you should focus on yourself too. And yeah. Thank you for the heart me. But yeah, that's my TED Talk. Hope you enjoyed. Trying to figure out what I need to do. I'm day ones. The real day ones are the ones from 2016. Those are the real day ones. I've been doing, you know what's crazy? I started my YouTube channel in 2016. And I neglected it for a while, but I would stream. I streamed since 2016. Really, Sloppy? I'm working on my storytelling skills because I want to be a podcaster. Oh my god, that's good. I'm trying to work on that because I want to be I want to tell stories about true crime in a podcast one day. That's like hopefully one of my endeavors in the future. I lose track when I yap. Me too sometimes, though, honestly. What was I gonna say? I forgot. This is a doctor? This guy's saying, I don't want to read it. I'm sorry. I'm too lazy to read it. In the game, I just can't read. Sometimes it's like Animal Crossing. I just want to skip through it. No offense. Sorry. No offense. It's probably really important for the story, too, but it's fine. What was I gonna say? Wait, what was I saying, guys? I forgot. Huh? Hit me. Oh, about my YouTube. Oh yeah, I've been here since 2016, and so I'm actually technically one of those like OG YouTubers. But I just didn't know what the fuck I was doing because I was 14. You know? And so technically I've been in the game, but I wasn't consistent with it when I was 14 because obviously I was in school. My bad. Let me try again. Hi, Jelly Soups. How's it going? Followage. You failed. What? I don't get what I have to do. We're playing Claire Obscure right now. I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do there. That's weird. Guys, where the frick do I go? What the hell? But yeah, so... Yeah, I'm one of the OG YouTubers. Like, I don't even remember what I was saying, but... I was... You know, I started streaming on YouTube. And I started streaming on YouTube and to 0 viewers. It was like me and then my mom. It was me on my phone and then my mom when I first started streaming. And then, yeah. I was a Splatoon streamer and a Splatoon YouTuber. And I had this like wild dream that I wanted to be a YouTuber. And then as I was getting to know like the internet and entertainment and the media, I discovered, you know, Pokimane and Valkyrie rising to fame after like Fortnite stuff becoming very popular and having like a lot of clip potential. And I played Fortnite. So I was like, oh, I can do that. And so then that's how it started for me. But initially I went into content creation because I just wanted to be a YouTuber. So then I was a TikToker for a bit. I actually am a more successful TikToker than I am streamer, but yeah. But now I feel like things are changing for sure. I feel like I'm becoming a better streamer now and not as much of a good TikToker anymore. But I used to be a really good TikToker. really viral in 2019 because I was part of that like pandemic 2019 gold rush TikTok. I did the TikTok dances. I did the and the, you know what I mean? The renegade and shit. That's what I did, and I was, you know, because I'm trying to fucking make it out here. The fuck? Fucking bills ain't fucking cheap nowadays, okay? I live in fucking California. And so I was like, you know, I was like trying to make it out there. And I participated in the cringy fucking TikTok trends, and it was a good time. I was pretty successful in it for a long time. But like everything good, it always has to come to an end. And everything good has to come to an end sometimes. And so it ended up like, you know, the fame from the TikTok hype ended up fizzling out because I stopped posting as much. I remember I used to post 3 times a day. And the crazy part was, in the beginning, I never got paid. I didn't get paid until about 2023. That's when I started seeing my first paychecks. And I finally joined the creator fund. And then that's when I got my first paycheck. And then in 2024, I did my first ever brand deals. And I'm still trying to figure out brand deals to this day, because they are very inconsistent. And yeah, there was even a moment in my career that I because I saw this random YouTuber. She okay, look, you're gonna judge me really hard right now, but like just hear me out for like 5 seconds, okay guys? So there's this girl, and she did a video where she created an OnlyFans, but she didn't post any nudes on it, okay? But she just did it as a social experiment to see how much money she made. And she was like, guys, I don't recommend doing this unless you plan to be a content creator for the rest of your life. And so my little pea-brain 18-year-old ass self was like, okay, I'm gonna make the account, but I'm not gonna post anything crazy on it, whatever. I made the account, and I made and this is, I don't mind sharing this with you guys because, you know, this is like character development, okay? This was for the plot. And so I did this, and I made 12K within the span of 2 months on OnlyFans. And then people kept commenting in my Instagram comments, and they were like, she's scamming. She's not even posting any nudes and shit. And they were in my comments, and they were like, she's not even posting nudes. She's a scammer. I took my bag, and I bought a PC. I started streaming. And then I deleted my OnlyFans account because I realized, oh, people think I'm actually a sex worker. Let me delete this. So I deleted it. And to some people, you know, I still am. Whatever. I consider it character development. I was 18 years old. You know, I didn't really know any better. Since then, I was like on and off different platforms for a little bit. But the most I would ever post was like just like cosplays that were like thirst traps, okay? Like and there were stuff that you probably would see on your Instagram, okay? So it wasn't anything super crazy. I just want to put that out there. But I ended up like deactivating the accounts and not really considering it anymore. And what's crazy about it is like I've actually made like more money on TikTok than I've made on all of those fan sites. So I think it's like, if anything, I'm more of like a creator. But it's definitely a story that I tell chat because I think it's funny how like people kept thinking that I was like scamming because I didn't actually post anything crazy on there and it was just like a social experiment. The reality was I was actually a broke college student and I needed money for a PC and I just really wanted a PC bad and I didn't have one, so that's why. I don't recommend doing it though, because obviously it can have detrimental reputational damage, especially if you make a mistake or you do something wrong, you know, not good. But thankfully, like, I never did anything against my morals, and I made sure to keep everything stuff that I would post on my Instagram. So like, if it were like thirst traps, it would just be like stuff that I'd post on Instagram, like, you know what I mean? Plus, like, I don't know, I mean, like, I'm just glad that like I ended up like snapping out of it and not actually doing it. Oh my god, you have to sub. Thank you. Wait, let me add time to the timer. I don't know if it's adding. I don't know if it added time, guys. Oh wait, what? I don't know if it added time. I'm scared. I can't tell if it added time or not. I don't know what's wrong with the timer, but I think it's broken. Anyway, so yeah. You might think I'm crazy, but thank you for the anonymous gift, by the way. Thank you for the anonymous for the gift. You might think I'm actually crazy, which... Okay, to be fair, guys, I went through severe childhood trauma. I developed, you know, very, very bad symptoms. And during this time, I didn't have any financial backing from my parents to chase any of my dreams or goals. And so I was tired of, like, being broke and, like, not being able to afford a PC and things like that. And so actually, like, I worked a normal job for a while. Like, I worked as a grocery clerk, and then I ended up saving, like, $50 a month. And so, like, I ended up saving, like, $1,000 to contribute towards my PC, but at that rate, I would have to have worked, like, 4 years at that job to be able to afford a PC while also paying for my car and my insurance and things like that. So I was like, I'm tired of being motherfucking broke. So... That's literally why I did it. But then I realized, like, it was kind of stupid and not all money is good money. And so I learned that the hard way. And obviously, like, because I have been associated with that platform, I won't be able to, like, work with certain brands or things like that because of it, you know? And so, like, in the long run, was it worth it? Yes, but no. Yes, in the way that I was able to buy, like, a PC, and I was able to do a lot of things that people wouldn't be able to do because of that. But I also thought it was, like, funny, like, how, like, mad I made people around me, like, family, and people, like, would judge me, even though I didn't post anything super crazy. And I was just doing it as a social experiment. But then I have ended up, like, deactivating my account because I realized it was wrong. And... so I deleted it, and then I felt really good afterwards. Like, I was able to just I finally felt like I was actually doing content creation fully, and it wasn't about needing any platforms to be a crutch, you know? And I finally felt like I was able to, like, light that fire under my ass for the first time, and yeah. And it's definitely hard without financial backing. 100%. Like, I think that if I weren't to have done that, I wouldn't have been able to have, like, any sort of PC or anything like that. Like, which, honestly, like, yeah, being broke really sucks. I feel like if you're broke, it's definitely... that's why it's incredibly hard to be one of the biggest streamers on the platform, because of how expensive... like, no one talks about how expensive it is to become a streamer. Like, my setup, all of peripherals included, my setup costs around like $6,000 to $7,000. But that's because, like, initially my first PC was like $1,500, and I thought $1,500 was a lot. But then I had to upgrade it, so then I got then my PC became $3,000, and then with peripherals and all the stuff, equipment that comes with it, like, so, like, mic, boom arm, you know, like the mic, multiple webcams, multiple monitors, mouse pad, standing desk, ergonomic chair, headsets, you know, multiple mouse, multiple keyboards, and then, yeah. But I think the most expensive thing about my entire setup is probably my GPU. My GPU is around, like, $9,000, or sorry, 9,000, what am I saying? $900. Oh my god, I had to say 9,000, not 9,000. Anyway, so yeah. So included in all that, and by the way, some of the stuff is gifts from, like, companies that wanted to give me stuff for free. So, like, all of it comes out to like around $6,000 to $7,000. 6,000. But that's because I've been streaming for 5 years, so like, yeah. I honestly don't know what I spent that money on. But yeah, that's kind of like my story. 6,000. 6,000. And then, but honestly, I feel like, you know, a lot of people probably judge my journey and stuff. But honestly, I considered like making sites like that, like kind of like a money glitch. And so like, I just was completely careless at that age. Especially because I was like 18, 19. So like, what do you think an 18, 19-year-old is thinking when like boys in her chat are like so attracted to her and telling her that she should start her OnlyFans? Like, I was like, okay, fine. And then I was like, bet. And then, but I didn't actually post anything crazy and stuff. So like, in the end, it wasn't actually like detrimental to my career because I ended up like getting this opportunity with FaZe Clan. And they were doing this like phase 1 top 20 competition, and I was able to sign up. And you guys know FaZe Clan, right? Like, they would never sign on like an actual OnlyFans girl. Like, okay, look, I know maybe to some people I am because like I made an account, but in the actuality, I didn't actually do the acts. You know, I just like I was just a scam artist for like 2 months, and then I deleted my account, and then. And so this FaZe Clan opportunity came about, and at this point I wasn't like really involved. Like, I think I was on like a different platform at this time. I think I was on Fanhouse, and Fanhouse was safe for work, so which means all the stuff is not explicit. It's literally just safe for work content, right? So I was able to still like work with brands and still kind of have like it's like a Patreon like site, right? Like Patreon, some people on YouTube as creators, like in order to make multiple streams of income, you know, because obviously relying on just YouTube as your source of income can be extremely inconsistent and can lead to falling into severe debt because of how inconsistent like streaming too can be so inconsistent. Like 1 month you can make $400, and then the next month you can make 1,000, the next month you can make 2,000, then the next month you make 300, then the next month you make 3,000, and then the next month you make 200, and then the next. So it is very inconsistent. You can go into debt really fast doing streaming without multiple sources of revenue, okay? So if you don't create systems, okay? So some streamers and some content creators create a Patreon to create multiple revenue sources for like their Omega fans that want to be shouted out at the end of their YouTube videos or whatever it is, right? Or like create like, you know, and especially for like independent, you know, creators or independent artists, like some people will, like even indie devs for games, they will start a Patreon and give like early access to their patrons, whatever, right? And so that's literally what the sites that I was on moving forward past, you know, OnlyFans and all that, okay? And yeah, and it was good, and I ended up like really working on myself and learning what's right and what's wrong, and learning what's actually a good example on people and stuff like that. And as I've, you know, been doing that, I've been just growing, I feel like, as a creator, and realizing that it's actually way better to make money like working hard on the things that you are passionate about, you know? And so that's what I learned. What the? Wait, guys, I think I'm stuck. How do I reset? Oh, I can break these? Oh! Oh my god. The entire time that's what it was. Okay. Anyway, so yeah, I had a lot of time to work on myself moving past that, and I know that like I didn't, throughout my content creation career, I didn't always make the best decisions, but it's nice that I was able to kind of like learn as I go, right? And I feel like I have a really good story because things like OnlyFans and like if I actually did post explicit things of myself, like that would have probably ruined my life for the rest of my life. Like, but at the same time, I mean, there's people like Kim Kardashian who go viral for their sex tape and then they become the next big thing. You know what I mean? So it's like, is it really that detrimental? But I mean, I do feel like it's not a good example on like young women and stuff like that. And so I ended up like learning that and realizing that it's not really healthy, and that's not the type of impact or influence that I want to have on women in today's society, because there are ways around sexualizing yourself, but it's all the power to you if you decide to, you know, because I don't judge people who go that route. At the end of the day, like some people are suffering from severe poverty, and sometimes going into that line of work is the only way. But if there is a way for you to do other things, and you have people around you that are gonna that do want to help you to achieve your goals, which I did. I had so many people around me that really loved me, and they like sat me down and they were like, you probably shouldn't be a part of this sort of thing, like this is not good for you. And then I realized, like, dang, I have a lot of people that actually really do love me, and because my parents weren't always the best for me, I felt like I was completely unlovable, and I think that's why I made certain decisions in my childhood. But now that I'm getting older, I'm growing, and I'm developing and learning what right from wrong, you know? And so, yeah, I feel like every streamer has like their own story, and I feel like my story makes me really unique. Because I feel like no one really goes that path or is willing to be like, bet, let me just, fuck it, let me do this. But I realized, like, I didn't have the actual balls to actually go out and start spreading it wide on the timeline. Like, I just didn't have the balls to do it. If I actually was about doing that, I would have just gone full out and just would have done it. But I didn't. And I'm glad I didn't, because I didn't even like that type of, like, I didn't even like catering towards men anyways.
Let him cook.
Because I actually didn't really like men a lot growing up. So, it actually was, you know, like, I'm just glad that I've gone a different path. Because honestly, like, things could have really gotten really bad if I would have. But anyway, thankfully, you know, there was this fun phase opportunity, right? And it was like one of those like phase 5 competition shows. So you go on and they recruit someone for their phase clan, basically their big group, right? And so basically I had a chance to be a part of phase at one point in my career. And I literally shaved my hair bald. And so I always talk about this, like, if I were to have actually posted nudes on my OnlyFans, I wouldn't have been able to be a part of this opportunity, because when I tell you guys, FaZe Clan did a full thorough background check on us. Like, they even said if you have nudes out there, to send it to them. Like, not in a weird way, but like to see if they can Google search it to see if it's out there on the internet. And at the time I didn't, and so I was completely clean and nothing. And so there were some people who had sent pictures between their intimate partners that they had to send over to FaZe Clan to Google search to see if it, you know, because basically if you went on this show, I think the reasoning behind why they do that is so that way they can see if that stuff is out there, and to make sure that you are who you say you are, and like basically fact check to see if you're actually a streamer and you're not, you know, doing crazy ass shit. And so basically I was in the clear, and I wouldn't have been on that show if it weren't, if I was actually. So I tried to reassure people, but obviously, like, when people hear my story, they're like, oh my god. And then I'm like, no, it's not what it seems. It's not what it seems, you know? And then, you know, the FaZe thing definitely is a perfect example of, like, how I'm not. But obviously, like, you can only take my word for it at this point, because people think I'm an OFworker no matter what I do. Like, I even think my sisters told me that my dad thought that I was, like, a cam girl. My dad thought I was a literal cam girl. All I do is sit here and fucking play video fucking games. I'm not a cam girl, guys. But I just thought that was crazy. Like, even my dad didn't even understand what Twitch was in the beginning of my career, and he thought I was a gamer. But no, I just play video games, like, that's literally it. But yeah, that's kind of like that's my story of my life, you know. But yeah, I think it's kind of funny. Like, I went on the FaZe show and it was really freaking cool. I loved it. And being able to be like recruited with FaZe made me feel like, for the first time, like, it felt really validating. It's kind of like when, if you're a content creator, you work really hard to make content and you want to get recognized, you know, and build like a fan base and build supporters, you know, so you can live out your dreams of being like whatever it is. You want to be an influencer, you want to be a, you know, a star or whatever it is. And so like it was extremely validating when I was on that show, because it made me feel like, dang, like, it just made me feel like I could really believe in myself, and like I had a whole ass org believing in me and seeing my work, and people behind it that were believing in my vision and just validating that. Because for years I had like a lot of people in my life always like doubting me and my content creation stuff. And people still to this day doubting me and doubting like my vision and things around the way that I brand myself, which to that I say, just watch. You know, just let it all play out, because at the end of the day, I know that I know that I'm capable. I know what I'm capable of, and I fully 100% believe in myself, and I don't need anyone in my life to believe in me. But when I did have FaZe Clan, they're like seriously giving me a shot at like winning a life-changing amount of money and like being able to have sponsorship opportunities that would have changed the trajectory of like my career forever. Like, I will always appreciate and be grateful for that moment that they believed in me, because if it weren't for that, I feel like I would have given up on myself. And it's really important to have people around you that believe in you as much as you believe in yourself. Even when you have like people around you that don't believe in you, like at the end of the day, you should still believe in yourself. But I feel like when it comes to content creation, no one really talks about the times where things aren't really going your way and you feel as though like you're like, what is it all for? And sometimes you'll come from streams and you'll feel, what am I doing this for? Like, am I really growing? Or, you know, things like that. And then you feel, and it's called the depths of despair, the valley of despair. And every content creator, or anybody who's pursuing anything like bigger than themselves is going to feel and experience the valley of despair. And the valley of despair can be like a combination of things. It can be your income isn't showing, you know, you're not making a sustainable amount of income to pursue content creation, or you're not getting enough views, you're not getting enough fans, whatever it is, like you're not getting enough support. And it's called the valley of despair. It's like the hard part when you're falling off completely of the, you know, and a lot of people at that point completely give up. That's where a lot of streamers give up. And that's where a lot of YouTubers give up. And that's why they never end up seeing their full potential, because they end up giving up. But a really important quote like that stuck with me throughout my content creation career was Will Smith. He's like a really successful actor. And he talked about falling forward or failing forward. And I remember that's always stuck with me throughout content creation. Because it makes me think about how like failing forward is a good way to learn from your mistakes and just keep going, even if things aren't always going your way. If you have the mentality that you need to be perfect at something the first time or in the beginning, and when you're still trying to figure things out, then that is not a healthy mindset. And I feel like even when you're at the top, to always remain humble and to always remain grounded, because at the end of the day, you are still learning And that's okay. Instead of saying, I can't do this, instead be like, I'm still learning how to do this. And it's okay if I fail because I'm still learning. So even in games too, when you're trying to learn how to play a game really well, I feel like a lot of people need to give themselves more grace and need to be like, it's okay if I fail, you know? I'm still learning. Instead of, oh, I suck at this game. Because you're saying, oh, I suck at this game. Okay, that's a definitive thing about you. Instead, you should say something like, okay, I suck right now. Like, I'm learning right now, but I'll get better. You know? And in a way, you know, it's definitely something, you know, I'm still growing even now. Like, I'm still trying to figure shit out. But I do feel like a lot of me persevering has been paying off, and we've been getting like an insane amount of support. And just like, at the end of the day, for me, it's not even about money. Like, for me, it's about, I'm just glad that I'm pushing myself to keep learning, because even with my YouTube channel, there was a few times where I was like, oh, I'm such a perfectionist. Like, I was getting in my own way of like pursuing YouTube. And I was just like, oh, like I'm not getting enough views. Like, and I would private my videos because I would get embarrassed about how many views they would get. And now I'm at a point where it's like, I don't give a fuck. I'm worried about the next one. I'm worried about making the next one good. And who cares if the views don't work out? I'm just gonna look at it as a moment to learn. And look, okay, this didn't work. Okay, let's see what I did in this particular video that the reason why it got lower views. Okay, maybe the first 10 seconds wasn't engaging enough. Okay, let's make a better hook for the next one. Or, ooh, I saw this one video and it made me feel really inspired. Let me recreate it, but put my own little organic twist to it, because at the end of the day, you want to make original material, you know? And, so like things like that. It's literally all it is. It's literally just mindset, chat. That's literally all it is. I followed from YouTube. Oh, thank you. Hello, Aerodynamic. And that's literally all it is just mindset. And I realized in life, all it is just mindset. It's literally all it is. Anything that you want in life is literally just a mindset. If you let things like viewers and numbers and money and things like that define you, then you are not. I'm sorry, but you're not cut out for it. Like, and there are a few times where I used to let it get to my head, and even now, like, sometimes instead of engaging with the community, like, I continuously care and check my view account and things like that. But then I realized, like, I should just focus on the present moment, focus on engaging. How you liking this game? Pretty good so far, but I get lost. Like, right now I'm trying to figure out where I need to go. I have no clue where I need to go. But we're kind of just yapping right now. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of like how I've been feeling as of late. And I feel like because I've been healing, getting back into therapy and stuff, I've been able to like have a better mentality, and just because I get so drained from, like, I'm not gonna lie, like, I'll go to like certain events and I'll make friends with guys, but like I know that some of these guys don't actually want to be my friends. So like I know that like talking to them and like making it seem like we can be good friends drains my energy. So like I've been like not being a people pleaser anymore and not replying because I feel bad. Like I've just been not replying because I don't want to, and I don't care. Like and honestly, I love that for me, because like my people pleaser ways used to be like, oh, I need to reply to this person. Like I feel bad. What if they get sad that I don't respond? It's like, now I don't give a fuck. And honestly, I love that. I love how I'm changing for the better, because you may think that that's stupid, that it's bad to ignore people, but like, I call it protecting my peace. You know? You call it me ignoring you. I call it protecting my peace. Because some of these people, energy vampires, they just want to take. And they can tell when, you know, you are a very valuable individual, you know, and they will try to take advantage of that. And I don't like that. And so I hate it. And so I don't engage anymore. Like, I just protect my peace. And that's all that I've been doing, is just protecting my peace and putting myself first, you know? And I feel like sometimes when you do that, like, it just shows in the way that you treat others. When you start taking care of yourself, you start, you know, teaching other people how to treat you, as well as, like, you inspire other people to start taking better care of themselves. And that leaves, like, a long-lasting positive impact on them. That makes them think of you as somebody who will always be, like, a positive energy in their life. And that's kind of like what being an influencer is all about. Like, I had this one friend ask me, she really wants to be an influencer stuff. And I was like, okay, well, I'll tell you what you need to do. You just need to be the literal ultimate best version of yourself. And it's okay if you're not perfect, but always keep trying. And if you want to showcase those vulnerable parts of you that's not perfect, then that's relatable. And a lot of people connect to that, you know, dealing with picking the wrong partner. A lot of people connect with that. But showing your progress, you know, you can't be an influencer if you're, I mean, you can, but you can't. Like, you know, not everything is black and white. Like, there's a lot of nuance. There's still influencers out there who are dating and marrying horrible people, but I will say, I feel like in order to be, like, a positive influencer, you have to, that even comes down to, like, your choices and who the partner that you pick. Like, I had this friend tell me, you can't be a mental health advocate if you're literally dating a man that ruins your mental health. I was like, she called me out on my bullshit. I'm not gonna lie, chat. She called me out on my bullshit, and I really appreciated that because she was right. I can't be with a piece of shit man who's treating me like the fucking scum on the bottom of his shoe. If I want to be a positive influencer that actually makes people feel good and, like, makes them happy, you know? It makes them feel like I should take better care of myself, you know? So that really stuck with me, and that, like, haunted me for a really long time because I still was with this piece of shit. And then, nah, I'm just kidding, but, like, yeah, no. And it made me realize, like, relationships, it's not always the guy is just this evil person and he's treating you like shit. Like, I realized from that situation and that interaction with her that it was the fact that I was self-abandoning in this relationship and I didn't just leave this guy for my own sake. That's what was going, I was the toxic one, because I wasn't leaving this situation that I know was not serving me and that wasn't making me deep down happy. And because I stayed in that, like, I was self-abandoning. And that's an example of, like, sometimes relationships aren't about, oh, that person's evil, my ex is evil, and they're a bitch, and it's about, why did I tolerate that, you know? I should learn how to pick someone who actually loves me, you know, better, you know, and I'm gonna find something else that's gonna make me feel better, you know? And also reflecting the flaws that you had throughout the relationship. Like, I was able to reflect that I am very critical of others, and that's a negative characteristic that I have because it's not okay to be, like, so critical of others. Like, even though, like, the reason it's because I'm critical towards myself. Like, but the reason I'm so self-critical is because I know my potential. I know what I'm capable of and what I can achieve, you know, and I feel like because of that, I forgot what I was gonna say, but anyway, I was saying how, because, like, I know my worth and I know how I'm capable of, like, achieving things, it makes me, like, go about the world, like always critical of others because I know what they can do to fix their life or, like, make their life better. And I want to tell them, but it's not because I want to make them feel bad for the state that they're in now. It's more so because, like, I see what they can do in their life that's better for them and what's going to be what's going to be the best for them. And I'll say it, not because, like, I want to hurt them and, like, bruise their ego, but more so because, like, I just want to look out for them, you know? And I know it comes off as, like, judgmental and things like that, but more so it's about, like, pushing them to be the best version of themselves, you know? And that's kind of like why I'm so self-critical, but I also think that sometimes if it's too much at the end of the day, and that's something that I can fix and correct. Because also, like, giving yourself grace to make mistakes is also really important, because you're not perfect and you're human, and it's okay to make mistakes throughout your life, you know? But I think sometimes my criticalness can come off as like judgment or, you know, things like that. But in reality, it's just criticism, right? Or like it's like constructive criticism, but, and also like there are times where I'm a little bit like harsh and, you know, critical. That's something I learned about my relationship where I went wrong. And also just expecting him to change, I think, was wrong with me, because I should have just went with a man that was already somebody that I wanted. You know? Not somebody who had to change for me. And I feel like it's a bit unfair to force someone to change. But at the same time, like, if the man was right for you, they would want to do anything to, like, better themselves so that way that the relationship continues. But yeah, I realized, like, I was fighting a lot, and some people just will only change for themselves. That's a really important thing to remember, is people will only change for themselves. So like, if you meet a guy who smokes weed, he's not gonna stop smoking weed for you. Like, let's be real. He's not gonna stop smoking for you, because he's already made the conscious decision to just keep smoking. That's his life. He's gonna choose what he wants to do with his life. So don't try to force people to change, and just meet people who actually align with you. You'll get to know, and you'll see as you get to know people and become like friends with them, who's like a better fit for you and stuff like that. Okay, anyway. I'm getting tired, chat. I think I'm gonna get off. I can't figure this out. Like, I'm not locked in right now. I'm really tired. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get off. Did you wanted him to better? Did you wanted to better him? Yeah, I just wanted to like help him work on himself. But I think that some people who, if they're not already working on themselves, like, you should just leave them alone, because at that point they don't really care about working on themselves if they're not doing it by themselves for themselves. You just leave them alone. They're not somebody who can take constructive criticism or like accountability, and I feel like accountability is really important. You know? Like, I'm a very messy person. Like, I tend to keep my space a little bit messy from time to time. Like, my brain's all over the place, and so is my room. And so I gave him like a really good analogy. I was like, if you came to me and you were like, Jess, I think your apartment is a fucking hot mess. We should clean it together, you know? Like, and I think you should really work on that. Like, you deserve to live in a clean home, you know? You should just really care more about keeping your space clean, stuff like that. I would probably respond to it being like, oh, okay, like, you're right. I do deserve a clean space. Like, I'm gonna start doing better about it, you know, and cleaning more, like, and that's something that, like, I deserve. Like, I deserve a clean place, you know? And I was, like, giving him an example of, like, you can come to me and say that, like, it's good to be, like, hold myself accountable. Like, I am a little bit messy, you know? I should be more responsible about being cleaner and, like, just keeping more, like, stuff like that. Because, like, that's an important adult skill. And it's an unattractive trait to be, like, extremely messy and stuff like that. That devil's lettuce is a no-no. Yeah, and, like, that's why, like, sometimes if, like, it's a really big, like, deal breaker for you, then you should just be with someone who doesn't do that stuff. Vice versa, you know? Okay, guys, I'm getting tired. I really wanted to play a Clair Obscure, but But the thing also, but there are also special circumstances where, like, if a man loves a woman enough and, like, sees her value and really, really wants to be with her, like, badly enough, there are some women who will, like, take care of themselves, like, or men who will change. Like, for example, this woman, she was dating, like, an alcoholic, and she decided to leave him because she couldn't see herself, like, marrying a man who would lose himself to alcohol. And this guy really valued this woman so much so that not only did he go to rehab and completely get free of alcohol, but he built a beautiful family for him and his wife. And I think that's the difference between, like, men who hold themselves accountable versus men who don't, is men who see what they're doing with their actions that harms others and decides to consciously do something about it to fix the problem and, like, problem solve skills and stuff like that. It's like a really big thing. Like, if you can't do that as a man, like, you can't take accountability and stuff like that and actually show results and progress and things like that. You don't have to be perfect. It's just about, like, being able to just hold yourself accountable is really important. And at the same time, the girls be playing, yeah, and some girls, that's what I mean by, like, you this is not just a man thing. Like, this is women can be the same way. Like, if a woman's really, let's say she has something negative about her characteristics or whatever. I don't talk about the details. I'm just kind of giving, like, a general. We're just kind of talking about the general stuff. But anyway, chat, I'm gonna go ahead and pause the subathon timer. We're at 51 minutes. I don't know why it got so low. Probably because, like, we're streaming again today. But honestly, today was so low energy, so I'm thinking about adding time to the timer. You guys think we should add time from the TikTok subathon timer? I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna go to sleep now. Oh my god! Thank you, Hyro, for the roses! I don't know, chat. Maybe we'll do, like, 5 hours minimum each daily stream? Not sure how we're gonna run this subathon. What do you guys think we should do? Or if you guys want to keep the timer running, make sure to tune in as soon as I go live tomorrow. Tomorrow I'll probably be live. Okay, so tomorrow I will be busy. Like, I have to leave tomorrow at 7:30 p.m. Or no, 7 p.m. I have to go pick up my mom, and then I'm gonna take her to the airport, and then I'm gonna drive back home. And I'll probably be able to stream at, like, 9 p.m. In the meantime, I'm gonna work on some YouTube videos and get some rest because I'm really tired and I need a shower because I just danced my heart away. Do you guys want to see the new dance I learned? Wait, should we have a dance party before I end? Wait, dance party? Dance party? Who's your bias? I'm your bias. Dance party. Okay, ready? Okay, dance party. Thank you, lovely, for the 30 jewels. Thank you. I don't know how to add time to the timer, guys. I think the timer's broken. Hold on. Let me reset it. Okay, I'm just gonna add time from the TikTok timer. Because technically, guys, we have about 2,000 hours on the TikTok timer for the subathon because technically TikTok timer also counts. But if you want to raise the Twitch timer, you can also add subs too. So technically we gotta stream for months straight, which we have been doing. But I'm starting to create the Twitch timer too on the top right, so that way we can encourage more support on Twitch as well, because I feel like we haven't done a subathon in, like, 6 months. We've only been doing the TikTok subathon, so we're finally gonna do Twitch subathon. So yeah. And subathon basically is, like, you can add time to the timer and stuff. That's about it. And you can add bits to add time. Oh, where's my subathon? Hold on, add com. Donations and bits. Oh my god, I spelled by wrong because I'm so freaking tired. I spelled it by. Add time to the timer. Okay, wait, you can add time to the timer by B-U-Y. Are you gonna see Aspa or Le Seraphim on tour? I've already seen Aspa. By gifting subs, prime, subbing, donations, and bits. I do want to see Aspa though, but I don't really go to concerts too often. I think the next concert I want to go to is BTS. We're gonna do a dance party before bed, okay guys? Ready? I want to show you the new dance that I learned, okay? Ready? I had a really good choreographer today. It was so freaking fun, guys. I had so much fun. Okay, that means I have to end the YouTube stream, but thank you, YouTube, for having me. Make sure to go follow me on my other socials and join the Discord, okay, YouTube? Bye, YouTube. Good night. We're also gonna say, oh, I didn't stream on Kick today. Whoops. I need to stream on Kick tomorrow, huh? But I don't want to lag today. We were lagging the other day. We got a dance party. And then if we reach 75 subs, karaoke. Should we do Fortnite karaoke or like just regular karaoke? Okay, let's do a dance. Pinky up. Let's do a dance. I know I'm trying to go see BTS if I can, but the timings just don't work out. So I might have to like okay, so cuz like my sister's birthday's coming up. Her birthday is June 6th. So we're going to do something fun for her birthday. And then but I'm trying to figure out like I want to buy her BTS tickets, but the June showings are all the way in Korea. So I'm like, I don't know if we can do that. But I was thinking maybe we can wait and then maybe me and her go in like either August or in like July or something. Like maybe we can wait a little bit, wait until it's like in California. So we don't have to do like a crazy road trip or like fly to another state or something. Um but I'm still trying to figure out like what we can do. We're gonna add this one to our K-pop dances. Okay. We're just gonna do
Catch my heart, catch my heart, baby. Catch my heart, catch my heart, baby.
okay, we'll start off with something strong, and then we'll just do a couple of songs tonight. Nothing too crazy, okay? Because I don't want to overdo it. My body's already kind of tired, so let's just do a couple songs and then we'll get off, okay?
한쪽에 phrasing, the phrasing, the phrasing, the phrasing. 둘 사이 거리를 좁혔단 말게. So random, 네 반응, my pleasure, it's you. 내 시선, 내 중심, 세상을 뒤로 미는 중. 어디로 가니 널 잊지 않을래. I got tunnel vision, yeah. I cannot focus on anything but you, baby. I cannot focus on anything but you. 초점 뒤에 흐릿한 반투명한 my view, baby. I cannot focus on anything, on anyone but you. View. I cannot focus. You're all I'm needing. I cannot focus. You're all I'm seeing.
It wasn't crazy. Where you go, crazy. 먼쇼일라고 그리잖아, 못 빼면 babe. 제 땀이 타는 의미 컨트매로 길은 crying. To me, alright, it just say it, girl. Just come my way, come my way. Come see me at the hotel lobby. Girl, don't tell nobody. Ooh, it's an after party. Just only us two shots. Come see me at the hotel lobby. Girl, don't tell nobody. Ooh, it's an after party. Just only us two shots. Tanabat, baby. May you go crazy. Tanabat, baby. May you go crazy. 너로 I turn right. May watch you crack out time. May you, but don't be hungry tongue side.
My diaper is showing.
So easy to make it so hard. Nights like these,
Ready?
I just wanna
Swim.
get lost. Right here with the moon and the stars. I ain't gotta think, but I think, baby, I just swim. Wanna fall in love with your skin. Swim. I could spend a lifetime watching you. Swim. This is how it all begins. Swim. I just wanna dive. Water so deep, take it up to.
Catch my heart, catch my heart, baby. Catch my heart, catch my heart, baby. Da, da,
Stop with the way, because it's being rude. Oh, I forgot to do the end.
JYP. Introducing Made in Asia, Miss Say.
앞에선 한
JYP. Introducing Made in Asia, Miss Say.
앞에선 한마디도 못하더니 뒤에선 내 얘기를 안 좋게 해. 어이가 없어. Hello, hello, hello. 나 같은 여든 처음 본 것 같은데 왜 나를 판단하니.
Okay, this one's a new one.
Let's go. Like that. Hey, we go. Right back. I'm feeling quick and sick and I might just wanna forget this shit and bring it back and start it. A brand new day. Hey, let's celebrate. Hey, all the words we never say. I'm vibing 10 times better than I did that day. Fuck that whole shit, never ever gonna feel that way. I'm in the mood to misbehave. Hey, one shot to the girls and gays. They pushing buttons and I'm about to hit the reset. No stress. Drinking my cup, let's live it up and never regret. Now watch this. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey, right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right
I
back,
forgot to mirror it.
Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. it up, hey. If I give it right back, would you hit it real fast in a mission? Zoom too fast, where you at? Bet you don't wanna miss this. All went out my court right down. Might just kick that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's that sound? That's me going. Why hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, back. Why hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, back. Right back, hey, right back, hey. Plug it up, hey. Plug it up, hey. Right back, hey. Right back, hey. Plug it up, hey.
Okay, I'm done.
I just kick that back, back, back. No stress. Drinking my cup, let's live it up in every gray. Now watch this. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. If I give it right back, would you hit it real fast in a mission? Zoom too fast, where you at? Bet you don't wanna miss this. Ball went out, I court right down. I just kick that shit rebound. Wait, hold up, hey, what's that sound? That's me going. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Why you hit me like that? Hey, I'ma give it right back. Hey, I'ma give it right back, 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 back. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Right back, right back, right back, hey. Back it up, back it up, back it up, hey.
Okay, guys, I'm done. Okay, guys, I'm gonna get some rest. Good night, everyone. Join the Discord if you guys want to watch a movie night together. Good night, guys. Thank you for watching. Bye. Thank you for the support today. Good night. I'll pause the timer, don't worry. Pause. Good night. Bye.